Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're going to be playing some Nikke, Goddess of Victory. Cracking down on that awesome story. We've got, right now, the Stellar Blade event going on, and I might be able to stream that at some point as well, but at the moment, the story isn't complete. So I could show you guys some of what's there, but our main goal is to catch up on the main story. What's going on in the thumbnail? Well, you gotta watch to find out. Sorry, I'm screwing around with the windows because I'm getting this weird flashy glitch. I think I fixed it. I sure hope so, anyway. Joining the stream right after coming out of the bathtub. Might be a little quiet. Sure. Okay, so let me see here. We are going to be starting on... I wrote down... Chapter 29.
It's not like me at all.
We'll be doing Chapter 29 of the story. And Chapter 30 is where that thumbnail comes from. I plan to get to that. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. Still trying to sell our house on the market. Milk is one of my favorite characters, and she doesn't get nearly enough love. They like upgraded the music for this section, it's crazy. This game has such amazing music. So yeah, we're in Chapter 29. More recently, and we did Chapter 27 and 28 last time. Last time we did the main story. We took a break to cover the Little Mermaid event, but now we're back on the main story route. And basically, we've made huge strides as a commander trying to reclaim the surface. We basically turned Red Hood's hometown into kind of our new base of operations. We've got like stealth gear to protect it from the Rapture invasion, so Raptures can't necessarily detect that region, and we're using it as our little footstool, footing rather, to branch out and rescue or reclaim more of the surface. So that's what we're currently doing. Along the way, we've started discovering these bizarre crystals that absorb energy and are very dangerous to Nikke. Amidst all the crystals, we discovered Grave, who is walking around trying to protect and preserve the coffin containing Cinderella, who is still in sort of a healing recovery process for several years now. So she chased us off because she doesn't want us fucking with her precious Cinderella, and we don't understand the context there either. I mean, we do when we look back at the Old Tales event and we know what happened to Cinderella, but the commander doesn't know that. So for intents and purposes there, yeah, you gotta wait. But we are still exploring the sort of crystalline structure. Meanwhile, two of our companion Nikkes got stuck inside the crystals. Like, help me, stepbrother, I'm stuck and the washer's kind of stuck. And then the crystal collapsed and they fell down this massive elevator shaft. And we're like, what the hell? What's an elevator shaft doing here? It looks suspiciously like the massive elevator that goes to the Ark. And that's what they revealed last we saw. Let me read a comment here. Aside from the reveal trailer for Code Vein 2, what was shown? New weapons, new blood veins, and a motorcycle? Pretty much. So yeah, we don't have a lot to go off of yet. Not much at all. They're a big overcorrection, but we don't know. Yeah, I'm hoping, holding out that maybe maybe we'll get some good stuff. Who knows? There's just a lot better stuff trying to vie for my attention at the moment. It's funny, they just dropped the trailer for Atelier Reslariana. I think that's how you say it. And it looks fun, but I still haven't gotten to Yumiya. It dropped on the same day as Xenoblade, and I'm like, shit, I wanted to play Xenoblade first. And now I'm stuck doing all the new events that have dropped for Honkai Star Rail to do the Fate event. I've been keeping up on the new story that dropped in Zenless Zone Zero. I've been trying to keep up with the new stuff that Nikke's been dropping, and Fate Grand Order, which I'm burned out as shit over, is doing another event that's grindy as fuck right now too. So it's like, too much! And all I want to do is catch up and finish Trails Through Daybreak 2. I'm almost there, I think. The game's pretty long, I've spent like 60 hours on it. And then I wanted to start Lunar, play those games, then do Atelier. So it's like, there's not enough time for any of it. It's crazy. I feel like I'd have to just take like a straight week off to like really catch up on everything and just do nothing but game the entire time. Yeah, those tower events are annoying as shit. Particularly this one really stupid fight where Kirei stands up front, he's invincible, and then the servants in back are the ones you have to kill, but they are only weak to one particular type of card at a time. That was really freaking annoying. So yeah, we're back at Reclamation Site 01.
Allow me to relay the central government's report regarding the current situation. First, the massive elevator discovered in what we have referred to as the Crystal Region has been confirmed as not being created by natural forces.
Well, yeah, duh. Nature doesn't create elevators.
This confirms that an intelligent entity is either stationed in that area
or
is exerting an influence over it.
Blood veins, yeah. I forgot what the proper nouns are for Code Vein. Every game has like weird little terms. Blood veils, blood veins. What's the difference to me? I don't remember. I don't care. I'll have to relearn it all anyway. Just started chapter 20 now. You have to fight Nihilister. Yeah. So I'm playing hard mode to build up my forces. Yeah, it takes a while. It's one of those games where, you know, I log in and do my daily grind. At least it's easy to do my daily grind on Nikke, comparatively, to make sure everybody's leveled up enough. I'm currently caught up with the story, on playing it, but not necessarily showing it to you guys.
Our speculation is that this intelligent entity is either a pilgrim or a heretic.
I mean, we've already saw Grave, but I don't think Grave made that elevator.
With opinions skewing towards the latter.
Why that? What the hell? Where's my one key? Can I use the numpad? No? What the hell?
Doing
there
so
it is.
would justify deploying
My keyboard is
forces to that area.
tucked away.
Since pilgrims are considered fairly benign?
Correct. Cases of conflict with pilgrims on the surface are few and far between.
Mother Whale,
And
I
even
think, was
then,
the bigger fight
the
that
damage
really got me
is minimal.
stuck in the game for a while.
The central government is inclined to believe the entity in question is a heretic. And so the consensus is that a proactive strike should take precedence over any search effort. A strike force will soon be dispatched from the Ark to Reclamation Site 01.
And who will that strike force be composed of?
Absolute and Matisse.
Yay, we like Matisse.
Good. If they're on the case, then we can rest easy.
And Absolute is gonna get a major glow up. I can't wait to see Eunhwa finally have a new playable skin. Holy shit. They released, or they leak. There's always these leaks for upcoming content. They leaked Senti, like my favorite rank 2 Nikke, has a new summer skin and it looks amazing. Which is funny because both her regular skins are also phenomenal. So it's like, shit. I gotta pick between all of the good ones. Are they coming right away?
No, there is a small complication. They are currently in the middle of an important mission.
So we gotta wait.
So they will only be able to report after completing it.
So, when can we count on a rescue operation being launched?
Yeah, because a bunch of our Nikkes are still stuck in the goddamn elevator shaft.
Are you saying we've got to sit around and wait until Absolute and Matisse show up?
Hammering's arm is riddled with crystals. We have no idea what it could do to her.
We are also in the dark as to what lies beyond the elevator.
Yeah, we got Hammering. She's, as you'd expect, kind of like a maintenance-esque Nikke. She hammers shit. And she got injured. And then we've got Enic, the chubby, doom-obsessed Nikke. And there's one other, and I can't remember her name, but she's clearly up to something. And we don't know exactly what. She's like being ordered around to do something suspicious.
In this situation,
That'll come
we
up
would
again
prefer
soon.
immediate action to be taken.
I have been told that their mission is of utmost importance, and they cannot be taken away from it now.
I don't think we ever found out what that mission
So,
is.
what should we do?
We move.
Just us? I don't like those odds.
We can't just sit there and twiddle our thumbs.
I figured you
We
would
gotta
respond in this
rescue our
manner.
girls!
So I took it upon myself to contact the remaining members of the following squads: Hammer and Drill, Pathfinder, and Electric Shock.
Okay, yeah, Hammer and Drill is where Hammering is from, obviously, but there's the Drill Nikke, and she's gonna help us out, too.
Oh,
The girl we want is from
It
Pathfinder.
didn't take much convincing to get them to agree. For better or for worse, they do not have much work at the moment, and so they gladly accepted my proposal. The CEOs of the big three
She
have
showed up for
also
you in the
approved this
gotcha?
plan.
Because she also shows up in the story for Stellar
Wow.
Blades event.
you're amazing, Shifty.
We couldn't have asked for a better operator.
She's getting shown up a lot. Like,
They'll be arriving
in the
soon.
story, they utilize her pretty damn well.
Once they do, you all can formulate a strategy.
Thank you, Shifty.
Don't mention it.
Oh, I said Enic. I meant Eleg. Eleg is the chubby one.
Hello.
Okay, so, yeah, we got a new batch of Nikke from the other squads to help in the rescue effort for the Nikke that fell down the shaft.
My name's Fragile. I'm from the Pathfinder squad.
You look so insanely unconfident. Yet somehow that pen, or pencil, just stays perfectly in your cleavage, even though it's that low in.
And I'm
Rather
a friend
impressive.
of Liverin. I'm Trony.
Liverin, that's the one. Liverin has been acting mega sketch. She's got something going on, but won't tell us the truth. She's getting mysterious texts from somebody as well. Trony is Eleg's partner. You're here to rescue Eleg, pretty obvious, but she's also afraid.
I'm part of the Electric Shock squad.
Girl failure.
Circuitry is my forte.
Nikke and Stellar Blade collab. So far, it's good.
Alec and I are
I like
close
it.
friends.
I love the way that Lily looks in anime style.
I
She's
think-
very pretty.
Although it may just be me who feels that way.
I can't believe they added like that whole boss rush mode thing as a mini game to Nikke. It's like you're playing Stellar Blade in or on your tablet, which is hardcore. It doesn't function nearly as well, but I'm very impressed with the kind of shit they pull off. Not sure if that was totally required though, because not a lot of people just have 10 more gigs on their freaking tablets or phones to like play that.
I hope I'm just overthinking things. I'd hate it if she didn't consider us friends. I excel at locating routes in and out of places. I look forward to working with you. This is my first time being involved in an operation like this. Do you think we can converse by messaging instead? Huh. Guess not. Last will and testament. 429th.
Do you type with your feet when you text?
I, Trony, a Nikke who struggles with communication, have encountered feelings of hesitancy, and am afraid this may become my final resting place.
This is our backup.
Yeah, our backup is a very odd bunch.
Taciturn.
You over there. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? You, the one who looks all pissed off.
She doesn't look too pissed. But yeah, Drilly here, which is the Hammering and Drilly, the most original names ever. Drilly here is obviously one that I would like to be a playable character. She's still stuck in NPC jail. But I do love how bouncy she is. Just bum 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 bum. It has a better effect even than Sugar on her motorcycle.
I'll stay here and provide backup.
Huh?
That would defeat the whole
This
point.
device I'm riding is top of the line. If I were to venture into the crystal region, I'd become food for them in no time. And if I were left without any means of transportation, I'd collapse to the ground.
Are you incapable of moving without that thing?
Well, no. I can move, but
So what's the problem?
I'm lazy.
fine. I'll go.
Jesus, Trony.
Last will and testament. For hi, Trony. A Nikke
I like
who
how
was left
Eleg
bereft of her means of
is the only
transportation
one
in the
who
crystal
figured out what's
region,
truly powering
was devoured
the
by
art.
the crystals.
Well, I guess Red Hood later figured it out. We still need to do that Rappy event where that's discovered. But, yeah, they haven't dropped that as replayable yet. As soon as they do, I plan to. The timing was just really bad on that one. Wasn't that like right around Lost Pelt 7? I can't remember. No.
Perhaps it would be
That
best
wasn't
if
why.
you remained here. If any one of us hampers our mobility, it might spell our collective doom.
She has a point.
If you are lacking in confidence, then I suggest you stay here. If the extraction team sent in to rescue the others ended up getting wiped out, it'd be a smear on the Nikke name.
She really just says whatever comes to her mind.
You are right. Your logic is sound. Infallible, in fact. I'll stay here and provide backup.
How do you intend on doing that?
Don't tell me you're just going to stay here without a plan.
Typing her feet, lazing around. Trony reminds me of Jean, Metatron Sloth, and FGO JP. Yeah.
No, of course not. Maybe I should just go.
Just stay here and provide backup for us.
I knew I could count on you, Commander.
You don't do anything!
Are you sure about this, Commander?
This will leave us short one person.
That's not true. She'll be providing backup.
Fingers crossed.
Are you all through?
Whatever the hell that means in
My
this
turn.
case.
I'm Drilly of the Hammer and Drill Squad. Everyone, put this on. Crampons as well as small thrusters? Correct. We're going to be descending down an elevator shaft unprotected, not knowing where it leads. Based on the visual data we've gathered, the tunnel seems to be sloped rather than a straight path.
Finally, someone who
These
came
could help
prepared
us
and
sail
useful.
down slowly. Litter personally dedicated her time to crafting this, so you can be assured of the quality.
I don't know why the hell they call her Litter, at least in the dub, because it would make so much more sense if her name is Leader.
Let's hurry then.
Like the measurement, a liter of something, but I don't know what litter was supposed to be like other than kitty litter, and that's spelled with like 2 T's, I'm pretty sure. We should at least finish the briefing before heading out. Then
There's
again,
no
English
time
makes
for
no
that.
sense.
We need to move. We can talk on the way.
You must be quite worried about hammering.
I am. Worried that I'm going to go crazy sitting here doing nothing. Let's move. That
Get
idiot.
on with it!
I told her it was dangerous.
Shifty, can you do the briefing while on the move?
Yes, no problem.
Alright, then let's move out!
Roger.
Before we
A
depart,
litter of pups Isn't that also two T's, though?
I want to request permission to unlock our inhibitors.
Why is that necessary?
I've gone over the data, and the crystals seem to attach themselves, even to Nikke's. Do they not? We might need to open fire upon them, and being unable to do so at a critical moment could prove troublesome.
Understood. Permission granted. You can shoot the crystals. Although I don't know if that'll
This is
help.
completed.
It's kind of like taking your Thanksgiving turkey and spraying water all over it. You like spread like the bacteria. I guess it's chicken more than the turkey, but you know, you don't just take a turkey, rip it out of the bag, and then drown it underwater like a raw poultry in your sink, because it just scatters the bacteria everywhere, apparently. To the point where you're better off just cooking it straight up. And it's like, yes. It's kind of like that. If you shoot the crystals, they're just going to shatter and get everywhere too, right?
Is everyone okay?
Not a scratch.
A few singed hairs, that's all.
They're easier to dodge when
All
they're all
good.
one clump.
I'm a bit sore from the impact, and my clothes are torn in a couple.
Excited for FGO's summer event? I
no physical
am,
damage.
mainly because of, Berserker Castoria.
I'm also unharmed.
Wasn't there like an event, or no, it was the anniversary servant that was like the Summer Morgan type deal, right? It wasn't exactly Summer Morgan, but she had a swimsuit ascension. They kind of like fit her in as both.
Well, duh.
Either way, I want them both.
Good news! From here on out, it's a straight corridor with only a gentle slope.
Those are the ones I've got my eye on.
Just continue straight ahead.
So we're just gonna abseil straight down this thing?
Abseil? I've never used that word before.
Good grief. I never thought we'd be resorting to such foolhardy methods. Having said that, it worked out quite nicely.
It shouldn't be a problem for us Nikkes.
But Master is human.
Master is not entirely human.
That's why Rappy's been grasping onto the commander like grim death.
Oh,
But
she
you have
hasn't.
been grabbing onto me rather tightly, Commander.
Yeah, well, you like that. Rappy is the jealous type. Anyways, how far do we walk along this path?
Hard to say. It's difficult to confirm much of anything with these scans I'm getting.
How do these scans you're doing work?
The commander's operation device has a display, which converts into a 3D map.
Woo!
Once you use AI to make some corrections, the accuracy
Uh-oh,
is
you're relying on
remarkable for
AI.
terrain
Hopefully
and
the
large
Ark has
objects
something
like
better
buildings.
than Grok.
But it's somewhat lacking when it comes to smaller objects.
Grok is, like, completely unhelpful in most
Also,
situations.
no matter how accurate the scans are, we won't be able to predict any unanticipated events that may occur.
The camera on that operation device must be top-notch.
And people are lazy as shit. Like, there's like those accounts on Twitter that have like amazing pictures of like retro anime and all sorts of things, and people are like, "Oh my god, that looks amazing!" But what's the source? Everyone commenting sauce. It's like, well, it's your fault. You're getting all those sauce comments because you didn't put the sauce. You should have done that. Like, obviously, people want to know where the thing you posted comes from. But no, these Twitter accounts act like they can like hoard all of your attention for themselves, even though they didn't make the content. And so then they rely on Grok to try and provide the context behind the post, and then Grok doesn't do a good job at all, and it gets the answer wrong.
Yes, the equipment we use at Elysion is quite the high end.
I see. I'll make a note of that.
First
It
world
must be
problems for
rather
sure.
costly.
That it is. In fact, we have a
But misinformation's bad, and I hate how AI perpetuates it. You always have to double check its source. I'll try my best to make myself more valuable than the operation device.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Let's just hurry and get a move on.
Have you got ants in your pants or something? We're already on the move.
I'm simply saying that we should do less talking and more walking.
That's literally exactly what we're doing.
I like the way they
Walking and
write
talking.
the commander's personality.
If we cut the chatter, we can walk faster.
You make it sound like you're the only one putting in effort.
What did you just say?
You're not the only one breaking a sweat here. We're also going as fast as we can.
It's like we play as a good straight man
I
for all
hardly
these
think you
wild
put your
and crazy
best foot forward
Nikkes.
when half your team didn't manage to make it back.
It's not like we abandoned them on purpose. You dolt.
Are you sure about that?
The way you talk, you'd have us jump headfirst into that elevator without any equipment on.
If you really cared about your colleagues, you would've.
Fine then, you do it. Go ahead and dive headlong into that shaft. I'm sure you'll be able to save them all by yourself.
While you all are sitting here talking and preparing, something could go terribly wrong for your friends.
That's
She's
why
got a
we're being
point.
as quick as we can
She's
and
basically
moving
Morgan
out.
Lily, young Ash Tonelico in the first Ascension. Ash Tonelico on her journey before meeting up with Mashu in the second Ascension. That's the one where she's got the big hat, right? And Morgan in a swimsuit in third. What a weird servant.
Something even worse could happen if we're caught off
The
guard.
whole Ash Tonelico thing, and then Artoria Caster. It's like, I wish they had... At least Tonelico has her own name, but Castoria doesn't. It's just Artoria Caster.
So get off our backs.
She should have had a
We're
unique
between rock and
name.
a hard place here, and the last thing we need is you on our case.
If it were me, I would've jumped down.
To the point where they call it Artoria Caster Berserker. It's like, that makes no sense.
Fine. Good to know. Next time this happens, you're more than welcome to go first.
Anise,
What? This chick is grinding my gears. She needs to take a chill pill. She's paranoid.
I'm not paranoid, I'm merely stating facts.
She's right, and if you guys...
What
well,
the hell
it's
are
the
you
assumption that these
insinuating?
people are walking and talking,
You can't deny it doesn't add up.
but if they're all
The
just
three
standing
newcomers
around,
go
then all this
missing,
chatter
and
would be,
meanwhile
like,
you all
really
show up
detrimental to the
unscathed?
mission.
What? You want a murder confession? Fine. We're all a bunch of killers who were 3 legendary Nikkes to their deaths. Are you satisfied?
Really?
What in the world are you laughing at?
Oh, sorry. It's just your name is so... And then your squad mate is hammering.
Are you kidding me? You're choosing now, of all times, to poke fun at my name?
Sorry. Anyways, hammering
Neon's
saved us.
funny.
She
I'm glad
noticed the
somebody
giant
notices
crystal was
that.
sinking. Then asked me to toss her my tracking device, which I cherish dearly. She emphasized to us multiple times not to come any nearer. And then she fell.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the commander is not a normal
Even
human, we
before
find
that,
out.
She worked incredibly hard during our search.
Some kind of bioengineered, enhanced person.
We have no intention
There's a whole
of
event for
abandoning
that,
someone who
too,
has
which I
done
would
so
like
much
to
for
go
us.
into more detail on,
We're more
but
loyal
just
than
haven't
we think.
prioritized. We'll be able to catch up on a lot of those things
Stop
once I get
wasting
through the
time
main plot.
suspecting us, and let's hurry to go save her.
But not only does the commander now have, like, certain artificial augments, but also just is, like, better than a typical human in terms of physical capabilities.
What are these drill-like things attached to the back of
Oh,
your
the
suit?
hat's for living in the rain
Are
plan.
these some kind of rocket booster?
No.
That's too bad. If they were,
It would have been
we
nice
would be
to
able
see
go
her in that
faster.
outfit or looking that age
What
in
are
the
you
actual,
going
like,
on
graphics
about?
of the game.
Hey, I'm sorry for getting angry. What do you say we bury the hatchet?
They just do a really great
Okay.
job of developing the small
I'm
things.
sorry too.
Julie assumes the lead position and walks at a brisk pace. Nicely handled, Neon.
I'm used to playing peacemaker with this pit bull beside me.
Hey, who are you calling a pit bull?
I'm working on another outfit for dai-chan, but I've always wanted to make, like, a really nice dancer outfit. And
Nobody.
there are some that I've used that are, like, preset ones people have made on Booth for Vroid characters. But I'm trying to make my own that has a bit
conversation
more
over?
of the pizzazz and glamour.
For now it is.
And one of the things I've decided that I pretty much need to make that happen is, like, a dynamic loincloth.
I've been meaning to ask.
The loincloth is kind of an important part of the outfit, and to do it right, you gotta make it nice and dynamic, so I'm doing it as a piece of hair.
Is it true that
Hair for the loincloth, as well as a hair for a veil. But I noticed there's a huge problem with the way that Nikke handles, not Nikke, Vroid handles hair that is not allowing me to do what I want with it, and it's that hair doesn't bend horizontally. Which might sound really weird, but like essentially a loincloth or a veil is just a flat, you know, just like a sheet of paper almost, but it wraps around your face. It bends around your face. and you need it to be able to bend around that curvature for it to work. But in Vroid, any one individual strand of hair cannot have that level of depth. It's meant to arc forward and bend forward like a piece of hair for like your bangs or an algae, you know, that kind of thing. But let's say you tried to make a really wide algae that drapes down like a banner. You can't do that because it would just be a flat sheet of paper bending over, or, you know, it looks like a scroll. And while that's great for, I can pull that off for the loincloths, I can't do that for a veil because it has to wrap around the face. So it's one of those things where I make it in Vroid as best I can, then I have to experiment, take it over into Blender, and edit the vertices and wrap it around the face and see if it works, if I try that. So I have to do some experimentations, because I realize nobody has a veil on Vroid characters, like a face veil, and that's why, because you're not able to do that. You can make, like, maybe a face mask that's a bunch of, like, individual tassels dangling down around the shape of someone's face, but not one sheet that bends like that. So I'm curious to see if that's even going to work.
Exactly what I said. Did Liverin participate in the search mission as well?
Yes, why?
Did she say why?
Huh? I think
Yeah,
it was
Liverin is
something
the
about how
suspicious
she was
one.
tired of living a life pleasing others and wanted to do something worthwhile. Was that it?
I agree. I don't like it when the Nikkes come with props, like a shelf they're standing next to, or a pile of crates or something, because it's like, I like to think of it as like a kid with an action figure. The more the character looks like you could just pick up the character and move him around, but if you're moving the character around with a bunch of props attached and glued down to their stand, it wouldn't be as much fun.
Yeah, more or less.
Is that so? Okay. Thank you.
Fragile walks ahead.
Looks like Liverin didn't tell Fragile that she was coming up to the surface.
Apparently not.
Who volunteers to go on a search mission and doesn't notify their fellow squad members? Sounds suspicious to me. Something
I just know as a kid I would have been upset by that. Like, damn it, I want to play with this thing. I want to, like, walk it around.
I don't see anything weird about it. You go off and eat pudding on your own and don't tell me.
You bet I don't tell you. Otherwise, you'd steal my chocolate bars.
But these little live 2D animations are
It's not
basically
stealing
just
if
like
I tell you I'm going to eat them.
statues that slightly move.
What's the point of telling me when I'm not there?
Hello.
The point is that I kept you in the loop.
If I'm not physically there to stop you, then you're just talking to yourself and stealing.
It's better than being a thief who keeps mum.
A thief is a thief. Plain and simple.
First, Liverin was obsessed with the messages. And she comes up here and keeps it a secret from her own squad members. Yeah, she was always on her phone. We don't know what she was up to.
It may be for personal reasons we don't understand. Fortunately, it hasn't had much of an impact on the mission so far. Until we glean more information, it's impossible to ascertain what potential risks there might be.
Seriously, we've been betrayed enough for several lifetimes.
Fair enough. Still, I'll look into this.
Good call. Let's hit him with the commander's devilish charms.
Yahoo!
Just don't go holding their hands or doing anything lovey-dovey.
Yes, that's not allowed.
Alright. Rappy. Gosh. What is her name? Kaylee Mills? Is that who's playing the voice of Rappy? I don't know, but I know there was some controversy with her, where during the Nikke live stream they were all calling for her to get recast because she was part of the strikes or something, or had... Yeah. Which is weird because she didn't seem to have any problem voicing Rappy throughout all of Nikke's stuff without striking.
Seems like this place was
But other
originally
people,
Metropolis.
I don't know,
Although the
are they
density
actually
of the crystals
refusing to
makes it
work when they're
difficult to
called?
discern what kind of city it was.
Or are they just vocal on social media trying to advocate for their cause?
You've been
While
moving
still
underground
taking
for
work.
a while,
Who knows?
and I'm unable to track your coordinates exactly. The concentration of crystals here is very high. Be careful not to make prolonged contact with them.
It sucks because her voice is good.
From here on out, all you have to do is follow the tracking device that was given to Hammering. Look in front of you.
Following Shifty's instructions, I gaze up ahead. Even at this considerable distance, the crystal cluster is a majestic sight to behold.
So, that's the crystal cluster. It's not as luminous as I imagined it would be.
Based on the location, it's highly probable that that's the same crystal cluster that the away team was in. Let's get closer.
We walk towards the crystal cluster. In stark contrast to before, there's no trace of light or heat emanating from it that would prevent us from getting close. Once we've closed enough distance, we realize it's broken.
Yes, there's hardly any light left.
There's a space inside it.
And there's something like a lever here.
That's it. That's a brake system.
Giga Drilly?
Huh?
It's a very primitive manual brake. Just a moment. Initiating deduction. Deduction complete.
What's with all the fancy words? You just thought for a second.
Pulling that lever will release the brake and cause the
She's a bit
crystal
Chunibyo,
cluster
I
to
guess.
travel down the elevator shaft. Well, not travel down, more like fall down. Either way, I believe it uses this tunnel as a passageway. The tunnel is L-shaped, and the crystal seemed to have come down here like it was riding a slide. It spat itself out the other end, crashed here, and incurred some damage.
So it broke from the impact?
And what about the people who were stuck inside it? Are they still in one piece?
It's a good question. I think they're still okay.
How do you know that?
Look here. I point to a TV partially buried in the floor. What, does it have
about
boom on it?
What does a TV have to do with our current
If it's got boom on it,
situation?
you know that Elig is fine.
It's got boom installed on it.
So they're safe. Not only that, but they're
You know, her
apparently
obsession with
relaxed enough to
boom
enjoy
does have its
gaming.
uses then.
I wouldn't be so sure. They might be in more danger than you think. For Oleg,
Musan Pro did a Nikke animation from 4 months ago about the commander entitled Who Am I? Pretty trippy. I don't think I've seen that.
okay, maybe not that easy, but I'm just saying that she can do it in a snap.
Why is it trippy?
What are you doing?
What makes it
It's not
trippy?
just her either. It seems the others are safe as well. They've stopped at the level which gives out the most health recovery items in the entire game.
Sounds like a bit of a stretch to me.
It's Alec's last will and testament.
Do you even know what that phrase actually means?
Anyway, what you're saying is that everyone is okay?
Most likely.
But why aren't they here?
I'd say it had something to do with those things.
I spin around and see a group of raptors rising from the debris off in the distance. So I like to think that I've covered a decent amount of Nikke stuff on my channel as the game is coming out. And at one point I reached out to Nikke officially after noticing that Drumsy had like a straight up ad. And I'm like, how does one get an ad directly from you guys? Like, what would one have to do to get paid to say, hey, play Nikke on one of my other videos? And I guess the answer is they have a team that goes out and, you know, they pick you, you don't pick them. That's my impression of it. So, but when I went to go and inquire, they're like, well, we do have a Discord of content creators. So I go to the official Nikke Discord, I sign up for their content creator program, and it's a huge sham. Like, essentially, they tell you, you're not allowed to cover this, or this, kind of like an NDA type thing. You need to make sure that all your videos that are part of this program, you know, mention all these buzzwords and advertisements and things like that. So you essentially are advertising them as you do stuff. And the reward for that is, if you do good enough, if you get enough views, they'll give you a little bit of a kickback in the form of like the virtual currency they use in game, which is, I guess, are like gems in here or whatever the hell they call them. So it's like hardly anything that makes it like nowhere near worthwhile. And I'm like, well, maybe we get access to early knowledge of what's coming out in the game. Nope. You know, those Twitter leaks are way more ahead than even the official creators are, that they treat it like that. So that was a pain in the ass. So I stopped doing it because they kept saying, you know, you have to complete this event, or you have to make a video on this during this small period of time. And I'm like, between Fate Grand Order and other stuff, I just can't make that commitment. And recently on Twitter today, I noticed that Kars, K-A-R-S, if you don't know who that is, they essentially translate and repost and inform us all about new Type Moon stuff, among other things, but mostly Fate stuff. It's a very good Twitter account. There's a Discord attached to it and everything. They all of a sudden tweeted today, hey, we've got a special key. Like, we have a code that you can input to get a free costume from Nikke. So it's like a giveaway. I'm like, dude, they're giving away costumes, or they're giving social media creators keys for costumes. It's like they never once did that. Imagine if the people in my stream, by watching my stream, could get a code or win a code for a free outfit. I'd be like, holy shit. Not once have I ever been treated that well. After all the videos and things I did, after actually reaching out to them and asking them, how can you know, how can I promote you, that kind of stuff. It just feels unfortunate.
They're getting better and better at sneaking up on us.
I tend to be very jealous of that kind of thing. Nothing wrong with Kars or anything. I'm glad they got a promotion, but it's like, where's my promotion, goddammit?
Enemy down. However, the noise from the encounter has alerted all nearby raptures in the vicinity. You can't stay there for long.
Let's do what we have to do and get out. Oleg, Liverin, and Hammering clearly came along with the crystal cluster.
And then after my channel got hacked, any potentially good-sounding offer, like an offer to review a game or do something else, is like, I'm just skeptical of all of it. Because you never know, when you click something, it's gonna immediately hack your Google account and steal all your shit.
They installed Boom on the TV in front of us and left a message by proceeding to a certain stage. I don't know if this is worth pointing out, but I believe they managed to evade the Rapture attack and make an escape. We have not encountered any signs that would point to their demise or being injured, so the chances of their having survived are high. Our next move should be to follow the signal emitted by Hammering's tracking device.
The signal being picked up by the tracker shows it's not too far from you. The only thing which is concerning is that there is no sign of movement.
Hammering. I'll take the lead. Everyone, follow me.
Fragile moves hurriedly. Alright, let's move!
Brake. An object which uses friction to either slow down or fix a certain speed.
What are you saying?
Brake. 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 Brake.
What are you thinking about?
Trony, I don't think it's a good idea to talk to yourself while using the comms equipment. It's a bit distracting. Oh, sorry. I was just trying to sort out my thoughts.
What are you thinking about?
Why would that hunk of crystal have a brake system on it? That's so that it could be transported, perhaps? How do you mean? You set the brakes to fix it in place, then gather as much electricity as you want. Once you've achieved your goal, you release the brakes and send it here through the elevator. I've seen something similar to this when I worked at the logistics center, like the ladder on a fire truck. Although, in this case, the act of transportation itself seems rather haphazard. What cause would they have to move it to another location? I'm not sure. Perhaps because it could serve some function here? Go on. That crystal contains a whole bunch of electricity. There had to be some reason it couldn't be utilized in the crystal cluster's previous location. Perhaps, it had to be.
Maybe they just need a lot of electricity down here, and the crystal's a good storage facility for it. It's like a big-ass battery that you transport.
The basic principle behind moving something is to get it to a location where it can be put to good use. So there must be something around here which requires a whole lot of electricity to operate.
Fragile, you're in the transportation squad, right?
Yes.
You're pretty bright. Not to say that I thought people in the transportation squad would be dim.
No offense taken. I'm always looking for ways to prove myself. And I have a keen interest in theories and their application. To be honest, I haven't had much work lately.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Unemployment sucks!
So, can I ask you, what's your
Hard
theory
to believe
as to why
that
crystal
given
cluster
the
has a break
frickin'
system?
arc just sustained tremendous damage, and they had to rebuild huge sections from a raptor attack, that any of these Nikke would have any, like, unemployment
Considering
possible.
the heretics are nearby, it could have something
Like, who
to
are
do
they?
with
I guess
them.
they're using mass production models or something to do the
You
repairs.
think so?
In that
I think
regard,
it's
not
quite
being a
likely.
mass production almost seems like a curse.
Well, whoever it is, it's impressive what they managed to pull off. Also, there's one more thing I can't figure out. So Liverin and Alec were stuck in the crystal, with their butts hanging out.
Excuse me?
Oh yeah, they were full on mooning us.
How embarrassing.
Don't worry, they were fully clothed.
Commander, don't tell me you saw it as well.
I didn't mean to.
You saw the buttocks of someone you're not even dating? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Uh-oh, we got a Puritan on our hand. A fragile ego.
No more butt talk. That's not what's important.
It's like, I'm already looking at your cleavage and you're not dating. I feel like that cleavage is probably a better view than the butt we got.
I
Because
find
it was
it
a fully clothed
incredibly
butt.
important.
But that's not fully clothed cleavage.
The question is, why were they only showing their rear ends?
Can we at least try to get this conversation back
AXL?
on track?
I don't know what that means. There must have been some kind of doorway that closed on them.
Yes, that makes sense.
There must have been an opening in the crystal cluster which revealed the breaks. We know that it would have been caught. That would have caught Eleg's attention immediately.
She was probably bending over to take a closer look and was yelling out to Liverin, who was right
Oh,
beside
really?
her, to come take a
Marion
peek.
was part of that group. Was it? It wasn't called AXL. What was it called? Or maybe it is AXL. What's the name of the train?
Alec was probably vibrating with excitement, and I'm sure that made Liverin all the more curious.
Silver Gun. Like a nickname? Because she already had a name.
Before it could be transported, the door closed on them and they both got stuck. The worst case scenario is that some crystals may have pierced their abdominal areas. However, what truly worries me is the notion that someone may be controlling this crystal. That there's another entity manipulating this mechanism and operating the crystal like a machine.
Oh, gotcha. What's the possibility that this territory belongs to that pilgrim who's carrying a coffin?
Hi. Not only did she seem hostile, but she also appeared to be controlling the crystals. I think there's a high probability that we'll be seeing her here.
Hostile, you think so? Let's keep moving. Shifty, how far until you reach the tracking device?
You're close. You'll be arriving soon.
I'll take the lead.
Shirley takes long strides, her pace almost at a run.
Bless her soul. She's trying to run, but she's slow as a snail.
Neon.
If there was only a booster on her drills.
Neon, can it, would you?
Neon's fucking funny.
You're quite close to the tracking device. You should be able to establish a visual at this distance.
I'm sure they're safe. Right?
Yes, all three of them are going to be just fine.
Hammering!
Shirley shouts while running.
Where are you? Answer me!
Drilly, keep your voice down.
Hey!
There's a sound of debris tumbling down from the wall.
Hammering!
The raptor vibrates and then activates.
Rapture discovered. It
Well.
must have turned off its power core in order to ambush you.
Smart little bastard.
The coordinates of the tracking device are changing. They're syncing with the Rapture's movements.
Uh-oh.
Did hammering
Uh-oh.
become a rapture?
Did the raptor eat her?
How is that even possible, you
They don't do
airhead?
that, though. Shirley charges at the rapture.
What did you do with hammering? You son of a...
I would not have led that line there. I don't know what they sound like in Chinese, Korean, or Japanese, but it's like, If you were worried that a rapture just killed your friend, you wouldn't have said it so softly. You know, what did you do with hammering, you son of a... You know, that kind
Everyone,
of thing.
cover Drilly.
A little more emphasis. The voice is good, just the direction is off. Drilly sprints towards the fallen rapture. You know, one thing I noticed, and I learned about this, and I hadn't realized it before, but this is how it happened with, you know, Resident Evil, the very first game, had like horrendous voice acting. And it was just absolutely terrible. And one of the reasons for that isn't necessarily because the actor sucks, but for one, there was no context for any of those lines. So there was like no context, no direction, at least for them at the time they recorded, which is why a director is so important. But they just record multiple takes of all sorts of different varieties, and you try to do all sorts of stuff because you don't know what the client wants. And then the ones who are making the decisions on which take to go with for each line were Japanese people who didn't know English. So they were judging English not on how natural or realistic it sounds or how appropriate, but on how exciting or fun it sounded to them, like what sounded cool, I guess, in their own minds. It'd be like if I were in charge of... Well, I probably know more Japanese than the people in charge knew English at that point, but it's sort of funny where... Yeah, like if I were to choose from several takes of a Japanese voice actor which one I thought was best, may not necessarily be the ones that Japanese speakers think is best. In fact, my choices could be somewhat very bizarre. And so it's, for all we know, there's some Korean dude at Shift Up or something who doesn't know English all that well or something and is hearing these voice lines come through in multiple takes, and they're just choosing the bad takes based on what they think sounds good, but they don't understand the language and the nuance. But I'm not sure if that's true. It's just a thought. She begins to tear it apart with her drill. Bill? Who's Bill? Is that the director of the Resident Evil thing?
Huh?
Drilly, calm down. That rapture couldn't have eaten hammering.
You think I don't know that? The tracking device is somewhere on this thing. We have to find it. I have no idea how it got attached to this infernal creature. But if hammering is okay, she'll have left us some kind of clue. A message. A sign. Something. If we can find that, we'll be able to find her.
Oh, so you know the Nikke voice director, and they just take one take. Well, that just means they're being lazy and not very good with directing. And yeah, sometimes your first instinct isn't good. The way I've heard it, and I've generally found this myself, when you do multiple takes of something, either it's your first take or your last take that's the good take. That's something I've usually found to be true in most of my stuff. The first take has spontaneity. It might do something surprising you didn't expect because you were just giving it a shot. Whereas your last take is probably going to be your best version of refining that line. The small tracking device is bathed in red.
It's... blood.
It might be oil or something else.
Yes, you are technically correct. Either way, a liquid catalyst facilitates one's operation. Colloquially, we can refer to it as blood. Is she dead?
Are you telling me Nikke's have oil instead of blood? No, she's alive.
But where is she?
We'll all find out soon enough.
How?
By working together.
This is insane. Where the hell is she?
Drilly, I understand how you feel, but rushing in headlong like that puts us all at risk.
Ugh. Damn it! Where is she? You stupid. Where the hell are you? it was dangerous. Ugh, I feel like I'm going insane.
You wonder what the keys dangling from Fragile's neck are for? Her chastity belt.
Let's go up higher. We can get the lay of the land. I saw a building up ahead that should provide a good vantage point. I'll lead the way.
Roger.
Hey, Drilly. Don't worry. We'll find her for sure.
Yeah, promise.
Let's move.
Boom signal A.
This is the highest building in this area. It'll provide us with a solid vantage point. But the problem is that the crystals are obstructing much of the view, so we can only make out the major landmarks.
Anything that could help us with the search?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he was an efficient director, but he wasn't necessarily a quality director, because while a lot of people can do it pretty good reading their first time, unless you give them the context, unless you cater it a very certain way,
I think there might
you're gonna
be a
have
few things
inconsistencies,
we can
and
use
we've
as
seen so many of those throughout our Nikke journey here. Have I pulled for Eve yet? Yes, I did.
The problem is that
I got
we're
one
not
of her,
familiar
and I'm
with
only
the
gonna
areas
get one of her.
surrounding any of them.
But I'm more excited to get Lily, which is funny.
So, what do we do?
I think
I'm
Lily, in
sorry,
this particular instance, is
But
prettier
with the
than
information I have available to me right now,
Eve.
I can't really make heads or tails as to which way we should go. Even the tracking device that we were relying on is no longer in the mix. I'm sorry, but my skills as a pathfinder have reached their limit here.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna reveal Raven in part 2 of the story.
I could set a random marker and plan out a route, but I think the chances of us coming up with anything are slim to none. On top of that,
Well, it's funny because,
the crystals are
Eve is
incredibly
extremely
dense in this
gorgeous. I'm not
area,
going to get anything wrong
so
there. She just
it
doesn't have
would
my
be
ideal body
extremely
type.
dangerous.
She's a bit too hourglass-ish, I guess. Just exaggerated hips and chest.
I have the recon data from.
Did I pull for Saber Medusa?
So I
No,
have an
I'm not a
idea
huge
which
fan of her
parts to be
character.
Particularly careful of, but there's no guarantee that they covered everything.
So, are we giving up on the search?
No, never. Let us know we're here. Let's let them know we're here.
How?
There are many ways. Raising a beacon would be the best way to catch their attention.
Unbreakable sphere, yeah.
But any raptures with heat sensing capabilities would be on us in an instant.
Usually I can pretty much get whoever I want in Nikke, and if I don't, I'm building up points for the pity system, which is extremely generous, so I can just buy a copy of them outright. Ezra Falk, welcome to the stream. You only got the notice just now, an hour later. Is it that you noticed the notice now, or did it literally just go ding on your phone or something, an hour late? I have no idea. And there's also, 3 different things. There was my Discord, there was Twitter, and there was YouTube. So I'm just curious how you get your notifications of what it looks like, because that would be a huge dropping the ball. But in terms of the story right now, we're following up from the last time we did. The commander is helping reclaim a bunch of the surface. We've been exploring that weird crystal region with these crystals that latch onto Nikkes and absorb electricity and such. And while we were exploring, 2 of our companions, Elig and Liverin, as well as, I guess 3 of them, right, because Hammering was trying to get them out. They got stuck, and their butts were hanging out of this giant crystal, and Hammering was trying to help them, and all 3 of them plummeted down this giant elevator shaft at the end of the last chapter, and so we're forming a rescue team to try and find them. And so we've got another bunch of misfit Nikkes from those squads who are helping out. There's Trony, who is Elig's partner. We've got,
And make sure
we'll see
the
that,
fight is
I'll
nice
mention
and
them as they
loud,
show them.
so that our teammates know we're here.
I like that idea. Sounds a
Fragile
bit
here
risky
works with
to me.
Liverin, but she's clearly anxious and paranoid to high hell. Liverin was being really suspicious on her phone all the time while we were trying to do a mission, so that was mega sus. And apparently she didn't tell Fragile she was even going on this mission. And the one on the right, her name is Drilly. Obviously she works with hammering, and she's the most, like, serious of this little bunch trying to do the rescuing. Best way we have of letting them know where we are. And so we were following a tracking device that Hammering gave us, but then it found its way to a rapture, and now we don't know where they actually are, so we're gonna try to get their attention by making a bunch of noise. If anyone's out there, they'll be able to send us a response signal.
So, what do we need to do?
Hopefully that explains the plot, because that's where we're at right now. Let's gather all the signal flares and ignite them all at once.
Roger.
Maybe you should save at least one.
Are you sure about this? We have no idea how many raptors will come upon us. And if something like the crystal chamber appears...
That's it. I've had enough of your hemming and hawing. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you didn't even want to find your colleagues. Let's begin.
Someone who might have been more of an aggressive tomboyish voice would have been better for her, I think.
However,
She's got a
we're
great
on the
voice,
way.
it sounds nice, but she's just not as intense as she needs to be. I have a feeling she could be.
Good grief. This is like the Boom title screen.
Second wave incoming. Prepare for contact.
Neon, use your supervision to scan the area.
Already on it.
Everyone else, get ready for the second wave.
How
My
long
drill
do
is
we
the drill
have
that
to
can
keep
pierce
this
the
up?
heavens. Hell yeah.
Until we get a signal.
And when is that going to be?
Hey! I see something shining there.
Where?
There.
Be more specific, you moron.
Over
You
there.
moron.
Near where the sign is.
Drill is voiced by Mama Grave. I'm gonna have to, like, listen more carefully to her, because it doesn't sound like it. I'm not saying you're wrong, it just, she
I
does a
see
good
it.
job of
There's
differentiating,
a
I guess.
Boom written on it.
Let's head over there, pronto. How'd she get a billboard with Boom written on it? Or maybe she just went that way because she saw Boom and she's like, ooh. But what are the odds that Boom would be out here? There she is.
I can't believe this! You all came to save me! You are here to save me, right? You all didn't get captured too, did you? What a relief.
You said it.
What's your status?
No issues.
Good to see you, Alec.
Miss Troney! So it's you who was spearheading this rescue effort?
I'm so glad that you're safe.
Of course I'm safe. I've got to keep myself healthy and hearty so I can hang out with you again.
Yeah.
Is your abdomen okay?
Huh? Why do you ask?
When you were pierced by the crystal cluster, were you not pierced by the crystal cluster when you were peering inside it?
Oh, that? No, I'm okay. I'm a bit on the chunky side, so I've got a natural layer of defense, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I got a few lacerations, but nothing that penetrated past the skin.
Glad to hear it. You did well.
I appreciate you saying that.
Saved by the flub.
What about hammering?
And Liverin?
Huh? Who are you two?
I'm Hammering's squad mate.
I'm Liverin's friend.
Ah, I see. Sorry, but I have no idea where either of them are.
What? Are you telling me you abandoned them and came here alone?
See, that just doesn't sound like Grave to me. I mean, it could be right, but... I don't know, the voice actress for Grave wasn't the best either.
I know you're not on the same squad, but this is beyond the pale.
Awfully harsh words for someone you've only just met. I suppose I should explain what happened before you all arrived.
You've linked the video in your latest post.
This better be good.
Video to what? Nexus Night.
You're
Sorry,
really pushing
context.
it, buddy. However, Given how this is a stressful situation, I can understand where you're coming from, so I'll find it in myself to cut you some slack. I guess I'll start our little tumble together with the crystal cluster. Ah, we're falling!
Hold on tight.
I haven't got anything to hold on to!
There's Liverin. She's another one I want out of NPC jail.
Ow, Miss Liverin, that hurts! Don't grab there!
Sorry, they're really big, so they were easy to grab.
Miss Hammering, where are you?
I'm okay. I've got my hammer lodged into the side of this thing.
That sounds far from okay to me.
So you had an interview to go off
We're
of.
falling faster! No, I just think the direction has changed.
You're right. We were falling straight down before, but now we're moving horizontally.
Everyone, be careful!
That didn't sound like a crash. It sounded like a thud.
That hurt. Is everyone okay?
I think so.
I'm fine.
It depends on what you consider the bigger of the two. She said they were nice and big to grab onto. It could have been the T or the A.
Your arm doesn't look so good.
I said I'm fine. If it gets any worse, I'll just throw it away.
It won't be that easy, you know.
Where are we?
Beats me. Does everyone still have their phones?
I'll check.
No signal.
What? Shouldn't the alpha particle concentration be low in this area?
It's because we're out of the ARC service area.
In other words, there's no way of...
Right. Total communications blackout.
This is bad.
Wait a sec.
is bad.
Is that a TV over there? Just a moment. Let me set up a boom on it.
You know, just because you found a TV doesn't mean it has, like, a computer you can install boom
really
onto.
the time to be engaging in your hobby?
Unless it's a smart TV,
Just you
which I guess in
wait.
this case it is.
I'm gonna leave a message for the...
Say what?
I'm sure Mr. Commander is coming to save us, so I gotta leave them a message.
Please. They've probably already written us off.
What? Why?
We can always be replaced.
No way. Mr. Commander isn't that kind of a person.
I agree with Ellen. Everyone at Mighty Tools speaks very highly of him, and that means something in my book.
Well, if that is indeed the case, then we'll be quite fortunate.
A moment later.
Alright, I'm done with the message. Should we continue our search?
Are we not going to wait here for them?
If there were a game that would literally be found default on every device, be it phones, tablets, computers, airport seats, anything that would normally have something installed, what game would you most prefer to be on it perpetually?
The main cause for search parties not
Whenever
finding
you're bored
people
in a
is because
random
they switch
place, but
locations.
don't have the ability to, like, save or care anything about that, I guess. Tetris is a damn good one.
Fine.
Because Tetris
Allow
is
me
fun to play.
rephrase the
I played
question.
Tetris on the airplane home from Japan.
Shall we make an escape?
That was fun as hell.
Raptures!
This doesn't look good.
We made quite a grand entrance.
Which
though.
Mario?
It's no
There's
surprise
lots of
it attracted
Marios.
Some attention.
Talking about NES Mario.
I say it's high time.
Very
we
first
book it
Mario
outta
Bros. Not the Atari one where they have to defeat enemies by hitting the brick beneath them. Snake.
We're
Yeah.
going on a narrow enough route that the Raptures won't be able to follow us easily. But we don't have a destination.
We need to secure a safe place to stay.
We don't even know if there is such a place here. We don't know the first thing about this place.
Nexus, what should be under the post from 2 days ago? That's the thing I don't know.
How are you holding up, Miss Hammering?
I'm fine, no issues.
Your arm is a mess. I think our first order of business should be to find an area with fewer crystals in it. However, I'm worried about that arm. It might be better to, you know, be prepared.
I think so too. If you leave your arm as is, the crystals might penetrate into your core.
I know. If I feel the situation is critical, I'll tell you and we can do what's necessary when the time comes.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you'll be forthcoming with that information.
Yeah, Eleg's the only character I'm not a huge fan of.
Neither do
I just don't like her.
First off,
I like her
let's try to
personality,
find
but I don't
somewhere
like
that's somewhat safe.
her body.
Once we do that, we'll try to establish communication with the others.
Hey, there you are again.
Oh, hey there! Are you lost as well?
What are you doing out here? How much do you know?
We don't know anything.
You're holding off on getting the new Switch 2 for now because the price of the system and the games are way too costly. Yeah?
Leave this place.
The only thing I'd be excited about would be Metroid Prime 4, and
If you can point the way
I just have
out,
too many games on my
would you?
backlog. Wrong time to come out. If only it had come out before Xenoblade X dropped, because then I'd be playing that game in better quality.
Let's just beat the information out of her.
There are other ways to solve problems instead of clobbering people, you know. And besides, I'm trying to talk to her because I don't
A lot of people seem to like Elig, so I guess I'm the odd one out
Would
there.
it be best if we tried to run?
If she lets us.
Hey, we didn't intend to tread on your territory. We're not interested in what you're after or what you're up to. So if you could let us be on our way, we'd appreciate it. We need to get back quickly. Please, we won't touch or disturb anything around here. I'm begging you.
The unknown turns her back to them and walks off.
Oh no, the shutter!
You took a photo? Oh right, she's on a weird mission to take a photo. So she meant to take the photo, she didn't mean for the sound to go off. The unknown whips back around and aims what seems to be a large box at them.
Die.
Miss Liverin, what are you?
Her bangs are a bit too long, in the sense that you can't see her face at all. But she looks like one of those dogs. I forgot what breed of dog it is, but they have the same thing going on where you never see their face.
If we want to survive,
Or their
we have no
eyes.
choice.
We're about to be pulverized.
The unknown's equally mysterious weapon spews fire.
Everyone get down.
The flamethrower. A massive explosion engulfs the area.
You two get out of here. I'll handle this.
Not with your arm like that, you can't. Even if you were completely fine, you wouldn't stand a chance against that.
I can at least buy you some time.
Run
Yeah.
now.
The three turn around and start to flee.
I won't let you escape.
It was a desperate escape. And
Female
the unknown
hentai
fired a
protagonist
flashbang
type
in our
hair.
direction.
Yes, because we don't want to see or identify too much with the man. We just want to become him. While smashing the chicks.
That burst of light caused the crystals to expand like crazy, and we got separated. I hid in this building with a sign.
Which
so
is funny because
someone
it's never
would
really
find me.
done anything for me. Like, I don't mind if it's a character with a personality. Or if they have the shaded eyes. Yeah, Grave is one of my favorite Nikkes.
I'm not a fighter, and I don't have the courage to wander around this place on my own.
I loved her bond with Cinderella.
You did well, considering the circumstances.
You said Liverin took a photo?
Yeah, she tried to take a picture of the unknown when we ran into her. It beats me as to why she's so fixated on getting snapshots of a pilgrim.
And she said something about having to do it?
Yeah, she said that if she wanted to live, she had no other choice.
I am so lost right now. She was constantly playing with her phone when we were in hot water last time, and now she's gone and created a major incident.
I mean, I can't really refute anything you're saying.
Do you happen to remember where you parted ways with Hammering and Liverin?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Like, what's a good game? Baldur's Sky is a visual novel where the main character has a lot of character and unique personality and a unique face. I mean, they look like your typical anime protag, but, you know, fully fleshed eyes and all that stuff. And, I don't know. I don't feel like it prevents me from identifying with the character. or putting myself as a self-insert or whatever they're trying to get me to do.
Alec, lead the way, if you would.
All right.
I've performed a cursory examination.
It's the same kind of thing as like the whole representation argument, like, oh, I need them to look like me so I feel like I can identify with them. It's like, no, you don't.
Other than a slight decrease in your core power, there are no major issues present.
Even a character who's completely different than me in real life, I could at least find something to relate to in them.
Thanks, Doc.
You're welcome.
Our phones are basically bricks out here since we're outside the service area, but your operation device seems to be working just fine. Likewise for Miss Troney.
The operation device has a direct connection to the exclusive facilities in the Ark. The coverage area is rather extensive, so we rarely encounter connection issues.
Again, Nexus, what are you linking me to? I'm reading through the comments, I don't see it, you don't tell me. What are you linking me to? It's a mystery link. You're 4/5 of the way to break the 169 wall. Hadn't spent $1. You don't necessarily need to. Which makes me want to spend more money on the game because it's not exploiting me.
Yeah, I'm using it at Reclamation Site 01.
Yeah, Baldur's Sky, yeah, that kicks ass. I love the combat in that game and how you can customize your own combos to try and maximize your potential. It's really cool.
Distance typically isn't an issue.
Oh, the Musan Pro Who Am I video. Thank you for clarifying. That was a long time ago, so I forgot that video existed. Or that you mentioned it.
I understand what you mean. It's a bit awkward saying this in front of the commander, but this is exceedingly good equipment to give to an officer of his rank. We have a past commander by the codename of New Hope to thank for this device. He roamed the surface and had many commendable exploits. This device was originally made for him, but because of its superior quality and next to no maintenance required, we're still using it today.
You do tabletop RPGs and many of your characters don't look like you at all. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously I always play as female characters if I get a choice. Thanks to my predecessor, huh?
Huh? What did you say?
Never mind, it's nothing.
Anyway, even though this equipment is of superior quality,
It's kind of funny. There's characters that I'm okay being because they do feel like me and I resonate and identify with them. And then there's characters I want to be, as if I wish I could be them, instead of myself. You know, and there's a big difference there.
therefore, it does have a downside.
So the guy in a hentai, it's like, yeah, I can put myself in their shoes. I can totally understand that. Being the girl is something I don't have that avenue for, and fiction allows me to at least fantasize or imagine it.
Replacing it with a new model would have been expensive, so we simply left it as is. Technology created in the past has become something of a lost art, which makes it difficult to utilize in some aspects. Areas with high alpha particle concentrations are classified as danger zones. So unless it is a special case, operations are not carried out in these areas.
The commander is prone to wandering about, however.
I've put in a request for commanders to have an operation device, but there has been no progress on that front.
It would at least be nice if we could get outfitted with better phones.
A good example would be Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I like the game. I like Rex. He's a decent dude. I mean, he's not like my favorite protagonist or anything. I think Shulk is probably better, like way better. But I wanted to play as Pyra and Mithra, and I'm like, this is frustrating that I have to be Rex as the main protagonist. So when the roles completely switched for Smash, I was like, alright, now I'm happy. If our search gets prolonged, would it be more likely to be approved? Particularly since the search area will only continue to be further away from the Ark.
Makes sense to me. Or, at the very least, they could provide operation devices to us Nikkes.
How was Hammering the last time you saw her?
She wasn't doing too hot because of the crystal in her arm. We have no idea how fast the crystal grows, so it's not looking too pretty.
Understood.
Let's hurry to where you ran into the unknown. Into the unknown! Into the unknown! As Fragile leads the way, she checks the route for any possible dangers. I'm told sticking too close would put my life in jeopardy, so it's hard to get an opportunity to speak with her. I still have uncertainties regarding Liverin and Fragile. Since we don't know what influence those two will have on our mission, I think it would be prudent to hear their stories. Not only that, but as I observe Fragile's movements from the back, there's something else that's bothering me. And there are those characters like Dante or Billy, characters you have the devil-may-care attitude who you wish you could do. Yeah, that's true. If a dude has a personality that's different than you. It's just that none of the characters I want to be happen to be, like, males. At least not anymore. When I was a kid, it'd be like, oh, Link is cool, I'd love to cosplay as him. Ooh, Mario, I'd love to cosplay as Mario. But then my sex drive kicked in, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to cosplay any of these characters. You know, I'd go to, like, a convention dressed as Archer. I made a costume of Proto-Arthur. But it just isn't the same as Artoria. To me. So I'm like, I just don't like cosplay simply because I can't be those characters. Not convincingly to myself or others. There's a hole in her pants.
Commander,
Rappy stands in front of me and blocks the view.
what are you looking at?
Well, there's a hole in Fragile's butt.
All humans have a hole in their butts. Nikkes were created to resemble humans in every form, and that anatomical detail is no exception.
That's not what I meant. I'm talking about her pants.
Oh, I see. Do you have an issue with that?
It's not a major problem. It's just that different in comparison to Liverin.
I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're getting at.
What are you two talking about?
Yeah, let us in on the conversation.
We were talking about Fragile's butt.
No, we weren't.
The commander was pontificating on how Fragile and Liverin's butts differ. Do either of you have any input about that?
You're twisting my words.
It might be a bit different in terms of volume.
Yeah, since their body types are slightly different.
I'm talking about her clothes, for goodness sake.
Huh? There's a hole.
You're right. Liverin was covered head to toe in the newest, most fashionable clothes. Dressed to the nines, you could say.
You're right.
I couldn't help but notice the discrepancy, that's all.
Commander,
Yes?
I'm sorry.
I don't see a hole in her butt, but we can't because she's sitting in a chair. We wouldn't know.
But could you stop staring at my backside? I have no problem if you are into that sort of thing,
Oh, really?
but, it does make me feel a bit self-conscious when you stare at it so... And
Sorry, I'll exercise more discretion in the future.
thanks.
So, I see you've been working hard to keep us on the route.
You don't have to change the topic simply because you're embarrassed.
Okay, I'll stop.
Wow. She's one tough cookie.
Yeah, I like people who speak their minds like that.
Oh yeah, when she gets out of NPC jail, we might see a hole in her
If
pants.
anything, you should stand to censor yourself a bit more.
No, no one needs to censor themselves ever. Unless it's like
All right,
saying something
everyone,
rude
listen
that
up.
nobody needs to hear. Just keep it to yourself. But, yeah. That's like the one time. Self-censorship is valuable.
Reasonable deductions.
You know, knowing the right place and time to make your presence known or your thoughts made clear.
To come up with some information about this place.
Let's hear it.
First, I'll talk about the crystal cluster. It is anchored at the top of the tunnel, and the smaller crystals are dispersed in the nearby vicinity. Once a sufficient amount of electricity has been gathered, the crystal is transported here. The tunnel is the passageway used to transport said crystal. Everyone following me so far?
Yeah, we figured as much.
The main thing that jumps out to me is the break. Although there is still a minute possibility that the crystal was formed naturally, that break was beyond a doubt created by some kind of separate intelligent being. It is not a particularly sophisticated mechanism, but that is beside the point. What's important is its placement inside the crystal cluster. This tells me that this entire process I've just described was intentionally designed by someone, or something, and that crystal being transported is part of that individual's design. Unfortunately, at this point in time, there is no way for us to find out who that someone is.
I'm willing to bet it's that pilgrim we ran into.
As am I.
Hey there,
But
pilgrim.
we cannot confirm that at this stage. With that being the case, we can only move on to the next question. What on earth is this place? During your reconnaissance mission, did you notice any crystal structures similar to the crystal cluster?
Yes,
I did
we
pull Eve.
However, they had lost all their luminescence and displayed various cracks and fissures.
Look closely at the ground underneath us. There is still a minute afterglow there.
I didn't do it on stream though.
Not only do these lines all stem from the
I did it
crystal
2 days
cluster,
ago.
but they all converge at the same spot.
Lines? Are they perhaps acting like power lines?
Precisely.
And you say they're all meeting up at a single point?
Yes. The crystals are spread out across a broad area by the crystal cluster and act like tendrils, absorbing electricity and gathering it all to a single point, where we are now.
We saw that a crystal the size of a fingernail was able to light up a large neon sign.
That's right.
Then the electricity stored in that crystal cluster must be unimaginable. Why would they want to gather so much power?
I don't think
in
I've
one
seen
place?
what Raven looks like in the event yet.
What could they be trying to do? What can you do with that much electricity? The real question to ask would be, what couldn't you do with that much electricity?
Well, I think she's in the footage for like the trailer, but it's different than seeing her like actual model.
It's here.
I have a hard time wondering how they're going to incorporate Raven into the story of Stellar Blade, or the event, because Raven, her whole point is that her interaction with Adam is an immediate giveaway of who she is. Like the whole thing that Adam is, you know, not at all who he seems to be at first. And I like how there are hints. As soon as the Eve and stuff shows up, they're like, yeah, we're humans. And then Adam's like, no, you're not. It's pretty funny. I mean, you'd have to be pretty ignorant not to realize you're not a human, but you have to know what a human is then, and that's the whole point of the discrepancy. So, Eve and Lily, they think they're humans, but they don't understand that there could possibly be an alternative to that. But if Raven shows up, she'll be like, yeah, I already know that truth. I already know that, you know, I've been trying this whole time to get Adam's approval so that he'd choose me to become one with him, not you, Eve. You know? So, kind of messes with the story a little bit.
This is where
For
we all got
her
separated.
to show up in person like that more early.
Since the crystal keeps expanding, I
Because
can't
none of
make
those
heads or tails of this
plot
place anymore.
details have been fleshed out yet in the timeline of the event.
I have no idea where the original path even was.
Wait. Stop. 2 o'clock.
What is that?
There it is. In front of us, there's a dense buildup of crystals. Pinned underneath is the unknown.
Commander, what are your orders?
She's just a hugging. She's just getting cozy with the casket. I want to get closer. Give me a risk assessment.
Screw the assessment! I can tell you right now that it's dangerous.
She doesn't appear to be armed.
Only her face is exposed. Unless she can shoot beams out of her mouth, we should be okay.
I'm not picking up any thermal reactions.
This might be a weird question, but do you guys have any experience with finished basements and potential flooding of said basements where you live?
So that's who's behind all this? Let me at her.
It's becoming a consideration for where I buy my new home.
Once I put my drill to her face, she'll sing like a canary and tell us where hammering is.
I never
That's
really
a
had a
bit
basement growing
barbaric,
up, so I'm not
don't
all
you
that
think?
keen on the details. Everyone stand by, I'll approach first.
If she so much as moves a finger, I'm going to open fire.
I raise both of my hands in the air and approach. The weight of the crystals pressing down on the unknown seems substantial. Oh, she got stuck! Her arms are not exposed, and neither the coffin nor the box that she was carrying earlier can be seen. For now, it seems safe. You seem to be in a tight spot. Need some help?
No need.
If you stay like this, you'll be devoured by the crystal. I can help you.
Stay back. Humans are deceitful. I don't trust you.
Even when there were firefighters spraying water right in front of the basement window, the water got in. Firefighters had to put out a fire near your place, but it didn't get in. It's crazy, because, I mean, what we're talking about, I guess, here would be drainage from rain, like tons of rain. Somehow finding its way to seep through the drywall and the window cracks and other things like that. That's the thing that you have to be afraid of. You have to make sure that the house's foundation isn't getting, like, eroded away by overwhelming rain and all that shit.
Get lost.
And these finished basements, they look amazing. I could have this perfect little otaku den, like a supreme man cave with all my otaku shit, but the thought of it actually flooding would be a nightmare. And it seems like some people in the area have had that issue. Could she be protecting the coffin and the box from these crystals? Sandbags would be a very... I don't know if that would solve the problem, because we're talking about water that, like, is seeping through the soil and stuff too, I guess. So it's like, how well is the basement built so that water cannot seep through with, like, the cracks in the walls and all that stuff? But yeah, if you're talking, like, full-on flooding, like you're in a floodplain or something, that would suck.
If you touch them, I'll kill you.
I don't intend to. I'm just going to clear away the crystals, is that okay?
Humans always betray. Can't trust you.
Okay then, I'll back off. I'll have one of my friends here help you. You have no reason to attack us.
What in the world are you doing? You don't know the first thing about this woman. Helping her is
I know
foolish.
she's a babe. As long as you leave your drain far enough from the foundation, you should be fine. Well, I need to learn more about how, like, sump pumps and things like that work that help try to drain stuff. I just don't know how any of that does work. Oh yeah, she doesn't have breathing bubbles.
You said yourself
She doesn't rely on
that she kept
oxygen.
giving chase and attacking you. It sounds to me like she's our enemy. If you want to play the hero, perhaps you should stay off the battlefield.
Commander, I don't think this is a wise decision.
She doesn't have any intention of killing us. She hasn't displayed any hostile intentions.
What are you talking about? If shooting at us isn't hostile, then I guess we're buddy-buddy with raptures as well.
She never aimed directly at us. She either aimed at the walls and floor around us or used shockwaves. Everything she's done has been with the intent to either confuse us or block our path. If she wanted to kill us, she would have ambushed us without revealing herself to the away team. Also, all she keeps telling us is to leave. She clearly has some sort of mission to complete here, and views us as a hindrance to her completing her objective. That's the reason she let the away team get away alive when she encountered them. However, if she's dead set upon not wanting my help, then so be it. I'll step back and have you all help her.
Roger.
A typical commander reaction to this sort of situation.
Yeah.
Damn. You're an odd duck, Mr. Commander. I'll say that much.
Yes. This is all most amusing.
Nikke start clearing away the crystals on top of the unknown.
Prolonged contact with the crystals is dangerous. I recommend that you break them apart.
If you start feeling strange, cut off the power to your arms. This will deprive the crystals of their food source and should cause them to fall off. If you have any questions, let me know and I can show you how to do it.
Neon, let's lift this together. Sure thing.
This one here is a bit tricky. I'll carve it out with my drill.
Remove the middle part first, and then the bottom bit.
You don't think that'll cause it to collapse?
It's okay. I'll keep a close eye on it.
A moment later, the unknown stands before us motionless, her giant coffin and box in tow. Our purpose was to search the previous area. While doing that, there was an incident that caused several of our members to be isolated here. We've come here to rescue them. We don't know what your goal is, and we're not interested. If I'm being honest, I am curious, but I don't wish to fight you over it. Forums. I've seen things on Reddit showing terrible examples of someone's place flooding, like, right through the window in the basement. It's like, maybe we don't need a window in the basement then. Just have it completely sealed off just for safety. All we want to do is locate our friends and leave this place. You want to know a lot about this place, or you seem to know a lot about it. So if you could help us, we would be greatly appreciating it. I'll see to it that any photos and videos of you are deleted.
Humans are deceitful. But you saved me. Kindness, enmity. I will definitely repay.
Yay, she's good. She's good, Civ. The unknown raises her arm and points off into the distance.
They went that way. That's all I know.
All of them went that way?
The hammer came back, fought with me, deflected her bullets. The ceiling collapsed. She said she would come to rescue, but she hasn't.
You said the three of you got separated because she opened fire and blocked the path? But Hammering came back to do battle with her in order to buy time for you and Liverin. During that fight, she deflected some of Hammering's bullets, a few of which hit the crystals on the ceiling and ended up pinning her down, as we saw.
How did you come to that conclusion? That moron ran off in order to rescue the unknown. And she hasn't come back yet.
Why would she promise to rescue the unknown?
At the very least, she didn't intend on killing her. If anything, perhaps it was just to buy herself some time.
It's tricky because where we're living has to be not in a major flood zone necessarily, but it is in a, I guess what they call like a floodplain to a certain extent. So we need to make sure that any house we do buy is sort of like on top of a hill within that area. And there are flood maps that show you like the moisture areas and things like that where it gathers on the map, so you can pick a place that's not in one of those zones, but the area itself is unavoidably a place where heavy rain can flood.
That's right. That's what she said. You all are easy to talk to.
It'd be a lot easier if you spoke normally.
That guy is as kind-hearted as a fool. Where did Hammering go?
Well, I want to see how Abe got, like, jacked. Like, Nikke's aren't necessarily supposed to be, like, supremely muscular, but then she did. I mean, there's plenty of people, and there's plenty of really great-looking homes there. It's just trying to be smart.
Same.
Okay, thank you. Let's hurry.
500 years of walking.
Wait! I should be in front.
Because she's, like, as strong as a pilgrim, if not more, yet she wasn't, she was just a mass production model. Let's go, everyone. Thanks for the help. So it implies that any mass production model can become, like, super buff and powerful in time. Meanwhile, the unknown watches us as we run off.
Thank you. How long has it been?
Aww.
Wouldn't it have been better to ask her more questions?
No, that was enough. If we pressured her for more details, she might suspect we're not really here to rescue anyone. But we are here, in fact, to rescue our friends.
It did feel like she let her guard down.
Yeah, Ave is a mass production model. You can even recruit the version that she was based on.
It seems like she'll be staying here for a while, so there will be another opportunity.
Technically, Rappy was a mass production model too.
She
At
must
first.
be incredibly strong to lug those two boxes around all the time.
What do you think is inside them?
Firearms. I'm positive I heard her say 7 dwarves.
Isn't that Snow White's weapon? Did she steal it? Or did Snow White steal it from her?
Oh my gosh, could that woman be Snow White?
Don't be absurd.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Something's bothering me, though. Something that's got my heart pounding faster than usual.
You could have angina. You should probably visit a repair center.
Noted.
At any rate,
Angina,
I took a
what?
closer look at the coffin this time around.
My brain thought something completely different hearing
It
her say
appears
that.
to be some kind of...
Medical equipment.
What?
There was a symbol on the box indicating that it was for medical use. It was obscured by the chains around it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Are you sure?
Judging by the size, the supplies are intended either for people or Nikkes. Looking at the shape of the hinges and the symbol that was visible on the outside,
Huh?
I'd say it's probably holding an incubator or a cryogenic storage device of some kind. The design itself is from a new generation past.
Holy cow! How do you do it?
No, Pina's completely separate from that, I think. Actually, yeah, no, I think it might be Product 46. I'll take a look if you want. What do you mean?
What's your secret?
To what?
To being able to distinguish electronic devices so clearly.
I've learned it from one of my seniors, and I've been interested in it ever since.
Are you kidding me? Why are you only telling us this now? Miss Troni, we've got a new addition to the squad.
Sounds like it.
What's your favorite type of electronic device? Which manufacturers do you like? Do you place more value on efficiency or overall performance?
The Hitachi Magic Wand, Sony TVs are pretty good. Place more value on high efficiency or overall performance. Performance, baby. You can afford the electric bill, as long as it gets the job done.
Would you be interested in going to the early adopter
Product
festival
23. You guys
together
were
with
saying
me?
products. I don't know which number, but I can find it. I don't think I'm quite at your level just yet.
That's okay. I'm more than happy to teach you.
Anyways, getting back to our original point, if that coffin is indeed an incubator or a cryogenic storage device, what do you think it might be housing?
That I can't say for sure. However, I recall how the unknown was willing to sacrifice her own body in order to keep the two containers from being contaminated by the crystals. It must have been something that she values more highly than her own life. I'll put a mark in this real quick. We're almost done with this chapter, and then we can do chapter whatever, but let's just look at my Nikke list real quick. You can't advise mass production Nikkes, so I have to go to I have to leave here. Might as well grab my extra goodies while I can. But yeah, okay, so Nikke's... Where's the Nikkepedia? There it is. All the way to the bottom. SRs below them. I guess it is Pina's model too, isn't it?
I am Macilla's production number 23. You
But
can
this
just call me
is
23.
what Ave's based on. And I don't think you can recruit the one that's Rappy. The one that they show in cutscenes that she is. It's like the most generic mass production model. It's like literally just a bodysuit. How does Lily fight? I've always wanted to know that. I haven't gotten her just yet. I will probably today. Okay, so she goes pew pew pew. Nice butt jiggle. Baggy pants, so you can't really get a good form fit on that butt, but it's not a bad butt. She's cute. I like it. I like it. Oh yeah, and here's Raven, so we can see her ahead of time.
Rust buckets like these have humans on the ropes. How painfully pathetic.
Oh, and she got different outfits. She gets that, which is kind of meh. That, which is also kind of meh to me. These are like none of my favorite outfits in Stellar Blade, so I wouldn't actually go for any of them. It's funny how they tell Eve not to use her sword, but she says screw that.
There doesn't seem to be any obvious physical disparity between Nikke's and humans.
She's got all these outfits. That one's kind of meh. That one is kind of meh to me as well. And everyone's favorite little skin suit, which I've never liked. I've never cared for that, so I guess just the default for her is fine for me. Yeah, they went all out making sure her butt went crazy. Look at that. And she's like laying down like a kitty. So that's cool. Anyway, I just thought I would look at that stuff while it was right in front of my face. Well, it's not just Peen, it's Peena. Ooh, I can upgrade my synchro device again. Whee! In fact, they allow me... There's a new thing under story event. Is it the new Rappy event? No, not yet. Almost, but not yet. Crown has that... Tap the red one? Oh shit, I should have read that earlier. I'll check it out later. We got to get on with the story. We'll never get anywhere.
The place we're heading to seems to be where Alec mentioned all the lights converge.
Alec, Troni, can you give us a risk assessment?
Hard to say.
Only one way to find out for sure.
Well, the thing is, I'm only going to play FGO once a day. The idea that I would return to it multiple times in a day to keep doing missions is like the epitome of their hubris.
I hope there's
It's
something
like,
amazing
I don't have
there.
the time in my life to do that.
Of
You get
course,
one time a
nothing
day,
would beat finding Miss Liver
and I've spent
Miss
way too
Hammer in
long
there.
just grinding my ass up on this stupid tower,
have
only
to
to
be
find out
there.
it's actually, like, 3 times bigger than I thought it was.
This place is more perilous
hate
than
it. I
any
hate it
other
so
we've been
much.
yet.
Has hammering always been like this?
It's like, do they really think that's fun?
What do you mean?
Like, at what point did FGO
Someone
start,
who
like,
inspires people to care
making
about
it a
her this
nightmare
much.
instead of actual enjoyment?
Yes. She always has.
I haven't actually had fun with that
She's
game
a
in a long, long
profoundly
time now.
kind person.
The fact that she said she would come back to save the unknown is certainly a testament to that. She must have had a rough go of it. I'm sure she's been through hell and been put in all sorts of unfair situations.
Yes, she has. There are many cold-hearted SOBs out there who take advantage of her kindness. They underestimate her and don't think much of her.
That's why you enjoy being by her side, isn't it?
Yeah, I just
What do you
feel like
mean?
this annoying obligation to
You're a
do
bit rougher on the
FGO.
edges.
I mean, there's obviously the lore stuff and the channel and then stuff that people like. So I do
didn't
get
choose
some
to
degree
be
of
this way.
satisfaction from that.
We had to survive
But
somehow.
let's be real, I would much rather you all be as excited about Nikke as y'all are in Fate.
If I just kept
And then I'd be
laughing it off
making those
whenever
big,
others took
like,
advantage
Nikke
of her,
lore videos and things.
we never would have made it. That's why I am the way I am.
Sounds like you've been through a lot.
It wasn't that tough. Usually, the type of people who approach caring people with the aim of exploiting them aren't too bright themselves. They also tend to be sloppy. And that's why they feel they have to take advantage of those with a big heart. They're
And
unable
when
to
really cool
appeal to
stuff like a
those who are
Fate
more
anime
cynical.
gets announced, like Strange Fake, well,
And so
we
they
would have
prey
had
on
a whole
people they
series
think
to
are
talk
gullible.
about now if actually released. Instead, we get like one episode every year.
If you take
What the
a step
hell's
back,
going on with them?
These people
Don't
really
even release
aren't all
one
that
episode
difficult to
unless you're
deal
gonna
with.
follow through.
Hammering said you couldn't come here because you had to work. What kind of work could you possibly have been doing that took precedence over a search mission?
I was mining for high-value gems. Even though their purpose is purely decorative, they're quite hard to come by, and so they fetch a high price.
If you wanted to, couldn't you secure a whole bunch of them at once?
I don't follow.
I mean the old five-finger discount.
I would never deign myself to steal. Any money I earn is done so honestly. Only then I can live my life with my head held high.
I don't know if Strange Fake has an ending. Whoever's writing, that's the problem with manga. Some mangakas like make a series that's popular and then intend to ride that series until their dying day. Which I suppose wouldn't be a problem if it were episodic, but they have these grand narratives that hinge upon answering a major dramatic question. And we,
Why?
you know, like Berserk, still doesn't have a proper ending, even after all these years and the creator being dead.
Why what?
Why is living your life with pride so important?
Well, the thing is, an OVA is only going to be a couple of episodes. This is, for the scale of the story they're trying to do, it clearly has to be at least a full season or more.
Isn't it important just to stay alive no matter what?
Project Spirits, Project Witches? I haven't actually heard of it until you mentioned that.
Heck, most
So
people
I don't know
live
what that
way.
is.
It's not so hard to ignore what your heart tells you.
If fans tried to make AIs, that would be terrible.
Every other person in the world could be living like that, and it still wouldn't make it right.
Well, there's a lot of Type Moon stuff that's still not
Besides,
finished.
If that were a possibility, I would have
We're
done it
still
long
waiting
ago.
on that goddamn Maho Sky no Yoru movie.
But no,
I almost said Mahoyo.
the voice that resonates in your heart, let's call it
Or
your
no, it is
conscience
Mahoyo.
for now.
It's Mihoyo that I could confuse it with.
It cannot be ignored.
It's funny, everyone's saying that Rent-A-Girlfriend is coming up on its ending.
It never stops pestering you. Hammering and I both know that listening to our conscience doesn't serve any practical purpose. However, we still do it. If we turned our backs on our conscience, it would come at the detriment of others. I would rather hurt myself than someone else.
I see no value in living that way.
Oh, but there is. You feel good. You can stand tall and face anyone you meet with your head held high. It fills you with confidence in everything you do. That is why I choose to live like this.
Impressive. Very impressive. I may not be able to live like that, but I wish you the best of luck.
Then... what if there was a situation where your life was in peril, and the only way out was to ignore your conscience? Would you do it?
I don't know.
Huh?
I believe that life isn't a straight line, but a curve with peaks and valleys. I've never been in a situation like the one you described, so I can't give an honest answer.
So, you haven't really experienced a lot of setbacks in life?
Well, compared to someone who's really been through hell and lived to tell the tale, I guess not.
We'll be arriving soon. Let's pick up the pace.
Funky. What is she getting at there? I wonder.
What is this?
I've never seen anything like it either.
It's almost like a ball of electricity.
Is it okay for us to stand here?
Give me just a second. Check something. Wait a second. How are you guys even hearing the game? That's crazy. Was the volume okay for you guys? Or was it a bit too loud, too quiet? The game volume, I mean. Because I had the desktop audio muted, and that's what you should have been hearing. Yet somehow you were still hearing it through this voice changer thing that I added, which is meant to be for dai-chan. Weird. Well, tell me if you want it turned up from here now. If you want it better. Weird. Because I just kind of switched it up, so if you want it louder, let me know.
The floor seems sturdy enough. For now.
Following Fragile's lead, we continue forward, and eventually arrive at the place where the glowing power lines converge. Beneath us is a thick glass floor. Yeah, okay. The flickering lights underneath the glass beckon to us, as if they've been waiting. I can't look, it's too bright.
Amazing. It feels like we're standing in light. My supervision isn't working at all. It all shows up as white.
It seems like all the electricity absorbed by the crystal clusters is gathered here. And there are also more power lines over there.
Looks like they're acting as a conduit, carrying this electricity somewhere else. That would make me think there'd be some loss.
Yeah, that's so
in
funny.
energy.
It's kind of a miracle or an accident that you guys were hearing the game audio at all.
And yet,
I kind of
this
screwed
place
up.
is practically resonating with power.
A happy accident, I guess, in this case. But
Also, this floor is made of glass, which is an insulator. There wouldn't be any reason for the surrounding crystals to come here. Come to think of it, all those power lines were covered in glass as well.
I don't see any sign of hammering or livering.
let's follow the power lines.
Yes, we're far too exposed out here in the open. We're practically sitting ducks.
Even if we don't know exactly what this place is, we can tell it's important. There must be a gatekeeper or some kind of guardian force around here. If I were watching
Guardian
over this
Force,
place,
what is this, Final
I'd
Fantasy
hide in the
VIII?
dark corner and surprise us when we arrived.
A crystal-infected raptor slowly lumbers out of the darkness and lurches toward us.
Why do you always do this, Neon?
It was just another coincidence, honestly.
I glance down at the floor. We can't get into a firefight on top of this glass floor. We have to push it back.
If the floor breaks, we're in big trouble. We won't just fry, we'll be vaporized.
Aw, shit.
It's about to make a precision strike.
Oh, no, you don't.
Kwah! Flames start to spew out from the back of Drilly's drill. She lunges toward the raptors in an effort to push it back. The drill continues to spin, and the raptor is slowly pushed back. Cool! The booster output increases. Crash! Drilly slams the raptor into the nearest wall.
What was that?
Yes, Summer Castoria Berserker is going to be phenomenal.
You do have a rocket booster! Giga! Giga Drilly!
Don't just stand there. Let's kill this thing.
Let's go.
Giga Doril! It's definitely Gurren Lagann.
Enemy down.
Let's move.
Just a second. That drill of yours is out of this world. Why did you lie to me about what it can do?
Because of this.
Because of what?
Let's hurry. We don't have time.
As we all scramble to get a move on, Fragile grabs me by the shoulder.
Commander, are you really going to delete that picture Liverin took?
I intend to, yes.
But why?
Because we promised.
Actually, I think I know why Liverin took that photo. Or at least a hunch. If we don't have that photo, or more precisely, if there was no photo to begin with, she feels that something terrible is going to happen.
Huh? What do you mean?
Commander, would you say that you hold sway in the Ark?
I think I do.
I know it's shameless to ask you for a favor after only just meeting you, but could you let me handle Liverin?
Give me a reason. Why do you want that? If I'm going to grant you that request, I want to know why.
I'm sorry. Forget I said anything.
Fragile quickly darts off. Shifty,
Yes, Commander?
can a commander request access to the personal files of their squad members?
Yes, that is possible. So long as the material is not confidential in nature.
Liverin and Fragile are currently assigned to the commando squad, are they not?
Correct.
Can you look into their past work records for me? I want information on when they were and weren't working together.
I understand.
And I also want to know the last place Liverin visited before coming here, and her correspondence history.
Very well. I'm only saying this out of concern, but when a Nikke acts so skittish, there is a high possibility that the other party involved is military personnel. In other words, the type of person who would see you digging into their records as a personal affront. With that in mind, do you still wish to proceed?
It doesn't matter. Do it. Do
I
it.
understand.
God, there's a funny ass TikTok or Instagram reel or whatever you want to call it of someone playing Bop It. They're like, bop it, twist it, pull it. And then it cuts to Emperor Palpatine and he's like, do it. Anakin slices the guy down. It's like, just good editing right there.
Enemy down.
Let's move.
Just a second. That drill of yours is out of this world. Why did you lie to me about what it can do?
Because of this.
Oh wait, what? Oh, we already
Let's hurry.
finished that part?
We don't have time.
Alright, skip. Yeah, we did finish that. Alright, so we're on to chapter 30! We break through a wall that has been encased in crystals and walk forward. On the ground, there's a long trail of light. Ooh, leading us to a massive box floating in the air.
What's that?
I swear,
I've seen that somewhere before.
Neat? Peleg, that's...
Yes, it's a Harmony Cube. Harmony Cube? Aren't those meant to aid us in combat? It shouldn't even come close to that size, right? Nope. Harmony Cubes are meant to be this size. After all,
Commander's
they
just
were
brave enough to
computational
face those
devices designed
consequences.
to help build the Ark. It's a device that crunches all the data needed to construct a city in a jiffy. The ones the Nikkes use are a simplified version, and thus the difference in size is significant.
Every location that was once a potential site for the Ark possesses a Harmony Cube. After the Rapture invasion, only the simplified ones have remained. But this one seems to be in good condition, although a bit unstable.
Are you saying that another Ark is being built here? Peleg?
I'm sure of it! You remember the elevator we saw? Since this place was once a potential site for the Ark, it's only natural that they'd have an elevator. They must have planned to use it as the entrance. It also explains the massive amount of electricity being gathered through the crystals. As a high-speed computational device, the Harmony Cube requires an absurd amount of electricity. It all adds up. They're trying to create another Ark with this Harmony Cube. This is a civilization beyond humanity, something which we know nothing about. Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to faint. We have to hurry before it's too late. If we spread boom before this place makes contact with the outside world, it'll become the very foundation of their civilization.
Peleg, calm down.
I don't think I can.
If I'm being honest, I'm kind of freaking out too. I'm gonna make another revision to my will. Trony of electric shock died of overstimulation.
Get it together, both of you.
You don't have to put that in your will, how you died, because you're never gonna know how you died for sure.
If this thing had been working as
That's
it
not
should,
what a will is
this place
about.
would have been a full-fledged city by now.
Unless you're trying to, like, write your own eulogy.
She's right. Just look around us. Except for that white building over there. It's a sea of crystals as far as the eye can see. Actually, now that I think about it, what is that white building?
It sure stands out. And it's spotless as well. It doesn't appear to have been affected by the crystals.
Hammering and Liverin are supposed to be in this area. I say we head over to that white building.
Roger.
What's with that white building? Oh god.
All clear. No signs of danger.
What's up with this building? The surface is so smooth.
I think it's glass?
There are doors and windows, but none of them seem to be functional.
Yeah, it's almost like the building is just an empty shell.
And since it's all glass, the crystals can't contaminate it.
I reckon this could come in handy for future search equipment. I should consult Litter about this later.
Hold on. I'm detecting energy fluctuations nearby.
Is it hammering?
No. It's Liverin.
Damn it.
Liverin.
Fragile walks to the corner of the building. As she turns the corner, she finds Liverin, hunched over, staring blankly into space.
Liverin.
Oh, it's you. Hi, Fragile. Just the person I wanted to see. How are you doing?
Liverin stands up and gives Fragile a gentle embrace.
You've done very well. All we have to do is endure it a little bit longer. And things will get better. Yes, it will all get better. We'll be able to get away from that bastard. So hang in there a while longer, okay?
Liverin! Huh? What? Fragile? Oh, thank goodness. You're safe.
Liverin turns around with an expression of abject fear.
It wasn't a dream. What's going on? What are you doing here? Why? I came to find you. Did you hear that? How much did you hear? Tell me how much you heard.
What are you, delusional? You're hugging somebody and spouting like a dream? That's crazy.
Nothing. Don't lie to me. Sixo!
Oh, right, Sixo. Okay. This is another one that isn't fully developed yet within Nikke, but Sixo is some sort of, like, mysterious, unknown terrorist that works in the Outer Ring. Can't remember if they call it the Outer Rim or the Outer Ring. It's kind of the same idea. But where all the crime happens and stuff. And all the underworld queens are the ones who have to deal with it. Like Sakura and Moran. And 6-0 plays a role in all of those underworld events. But we don't know exactly who the hell 6-0 is. They've just been sort of in the background of a lot of things. But apparently this 6-0 person is extorting them. Yes, Rosanna. But,
There's no way 6-0 would just let you be.
6-0's got these Nikke by the balls, as it were.
I knew it. You've been working with 6-0 again.
No, it's not like that.
Then why did you say that name?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you.
We promised. Remember? If you ever worked with 6-0 again, both of us have to die. You go first. I'll join you soon after.
Grab her! Happy, Anise, and Neon rush in and restrain Fragile.
How many shots is she going to fire? Wait! Stop shooting!
Rappy, take her down!
Roger.
See, now you have context. Rappy twists Fragile's arm and slams her onto the ground. Even as Rappy holds her down, Fragile's eyes remain ablaze with the seething flames of hatred aimed at Liverin.
We both have to die, Liverin. We promised. Liverin.
Calm down. Should I use a stun gun?
What's gotten into her?
I'm sorry. I had no choice.
You lied to me. You promised. You liar.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, shiznit. So understanding more about 6-0 does require, to a certain extent, playing those other events. But they're not as major events, they don't even have voiced cutscenes. And they still haven't fully divulged who 6-0 even is. After calming Fragile and Liverin down, it's time for that much-needed conversation.
I told you before, didn't I? Since regular parcel deliveries had slowed to a trickle, I was doing private courier jobs for high-profile individuals. I hated it with every fiber of my being. And so I got into some risky business that I thought I could do for a little while and then get out of. I'm sure by now you can guess who I got involved with. I had delivered mysterious packages to secretive locations. I never knew what the contents of these packages were, and I didn't want to know. All the delivery locations were far-flung, desolate areas with no recipients. Secured warehouses. The Outer Rim. Eventually, I started to garner a bit of a reputation in the underworld, and became what they call a transporter. It was an easy job, since I know the Ark like the back of my hand, and I'm good at what I do. So, I managed to earn a fair amount. It felt like I was finally being rewarded after going through all that torment. The anguish from losing my job to robots. The embarrassment of having to become a dancing monkey for affluent prigs.
It's funny when you become a robot of sorts to be like superhuman, and then regular robots still take your fucking job. It's like, god damn it.
I couldn't bring myself to quit. Before long, I found myself transporting illegal contraband, and the money kept rolling in. My house got bigger. I started to wear luxury brands. I dined at 5-star restaurants. All of these things I never got to enjoy before. Life was good, and so I kept at it until everything went horribly wrong, and someone close to me died. After that, I went clean and returned to my original job. I promised myself that I would never do such a thing again.
We promised each other that if she were to ever get involved in that kind of thing again, we would die together.
You didn't know about the job?
No, I didn't. I just thought that business was going well for her.
Okay, fair, but a suicide pact? A bit over the top, don't you think?
The person who died was my sister. It wasn't Liverin's fault that she died. But my sister died because she was involved in the whole sordid business. It was the job that got her killed. So, if she decided to do that job again, it would be out of pure greed and disregard for my sister's death. I would have to kill her. But then, that would leave me all alone. So I would have to off myself as well.
I presume Sixo is the provider of these jobs.
You know Sixo?
Just her name. How can I ever forget? The tragedy caused by the mist remains etched in my memory, vivid as if it happened yesterday. And there's the ordeal with Moran, too.
Was it Sixo who sent you here? That's why you've been checking your phone.
That's right. They said to bring back something else no one has obtained before. Since we're exploring uncharted territory, the likelihood of encountering such an item is high.
So, that photo of the unknown...
Yes. I intended to bring that to them since I can't take any of the crystals. I'm sorry, everyone. I fouled everything up. I thought I had washed my hands of all this. I thought there was no reason for me to get involved in any of this ever again. But every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. The only thing I asked was for this to be kept a secret from Fragile. But Sixo wouldn't even grant me that.
I thought Sixo was lying. After what we went through, I never expected you to work with them again. What can I say? Your ability to betray your friends exceeds my expectations. Were you short on money again? Was that it?
No, that's not it.
What was it then?
They said they would tell Ingrid that I used to be a transporter. If they did that, my memory would be erased. Or worse, I might be scrapped altogether.
You're in too deep, Liverin. You'll never be able to escape. They'll hold that over your head for the rest of your days.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but wouldn't honesty be the best policy here? Tell Sixo you're done dealing with them. Then head straight to Ingrid. Lay it out honestly and ask for her help.
You're right. That's all I have to do. Isn't it strange? All I have to do is receive the punishment for my past sins and start over again. But I don't want to lose anything. It's so strange. Even when I hear myself saying that, it seems strange.
It's such a weird thing to do. Be like, oh, you've done criminal shit, let's just erase your memory and then have you go back to work. I mean, it makes sense in a sense, but imagine if we did that to, like, real criminals. Like, oh, you murdered a guy, let's just wipe your brain and then start again.
I thought that
instead of just, like, throwing you in jail or something.
Things could return to the way they were.
But they also have a Nikke jail, which makes me wonder why the hell they even bother.
Even though
it's so
deep
confusing.
Down, I knew it was probably wishful thinking. I continued to hold on to that hope.
Fine. I'll tell Ingrid myself.
Sorry?
I'll go and tell Ingrid. If you're aware things are going awry but can't muster the gumption to make a change, just let those around you lend a hand.
Absolutely not! Sixo will notice. You must never get involved. I'm begging you.
They're just some lowlifes resorting to threats to get what they want. What's there to fear? Those types are powerless against anyone with the guts to stand up to them.
You must not underestimate Sixo, as they are the master behind the dark net. The dark net is a foul creation. A cancerous tumor that has no right existing in the Ark. All manner of illicit goods are bought and sold through the dark net. Weapons, drugs, anything.
Even if you do a memory wipe and you do the same thing, that would defeat the purpose. But the point behind the memory wipe, presumably, is so that you would act differently the second time around. So I guess it depends on how deep the memory wipe is. How much of the base personality stays, and how much of that base personality was what informed those criminal actions in the first place.
Even the bomb that Exotic used to blow a hole in the Ark was also obtained from the Darknet. I want to ask, why do you think the Darknet, a site where you can purchase all manner of dangerous items, has not been shut down?
Because it's connected to some high-ranking individuals?
That's possible. But there's an even simpler reason. That's because the central government is unable to eradicate it.
What?
No one knows Sixo's identity, how old they are, whether they're male or female, or if they're human or Nikke. Nobody's ever seen them or heard their voice. They're like a ghost whose entire existence is relegated solely online. Despite that, they're able to find out anything they want and exert some form of influence in every aspect of others' lives. When you work as a transporter, you learn a lot about the underworld. However, even as you're being inundated with other information, you never hear so much as a word about Sixo. Not even rumors. Whenever the Darknet servers get hacked, they're restored right away. Physically destroying the server is impossible because no one knows where it is. Likewise, when it comes to apprehending the Master, no one knows so much as a single letter of their real name. Because of that, the Darknet is something the Ark is powerless to stop.
This Sixo is just a spineless scumbag.
Perhaps, but their power is undeniable, even if you can't see them.
I'm not convinced.
Me neither. Just words won't do the trick for me.
Regardless, I would ask you all to stay out of this. Don't get involved for any reason.
What are you planning on doing?
If I give them a photo of a pilgrim, maybe that could do something.
Delete the photo.
Excuse me?
I promised the unknown that we should delete any visual evidence of her.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I briefly recounted our encounter with the unknown delivering.
So, let me get this straight. In order to keep a promise you made to someone you barely know, whom we're not even sure is a friend or foe, you're going to throw me to the wolves?
Delivering.
Fine. I'll delete the photo, but grant me one request. Of all the items you come across here, could you find it within yourself to give me whatever you consider least valuable? Perhaps that will satisfy Sixo.
Sure, I promise. Liverin taps away at her phone.
There. I deleted it. Do you want to check?
No need, I trust you. I don't.
Now what am I going to do?
I'll help you.
Don't lie to me. We barely even know each other. Why would you help me?
I don't need to know you for long to want to help you. Consider me an insurance for what that's worth.
Thank you, Commander.
Good commander. Good commander. Fragile and Liverin are walking ahead.
Fragile.
What?
I know this might sound like an excuse, but I had no choice. You know how much I despise being under Sixo's thumb. But my hands were tied.
I know. I trust you.
Thank you. You're the only one I can rely on.
However, are you sure that a little bit of your own personal feelings aren't influencing what you're doing here? If that turns out to be true, mark my words, I will end my own life before your very eyes.
Fragile.
I understand you're being dragged back into this world by Sixo's blackmail under duress. However, if that turns out not to be the only reason you're doing this, I will take away what is most precious to you with my own hands. So please, the only thing I ask of you
It's pretty
is
hardcore.
not to lie to me.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're safe.
Thank you for coming to save me. I ended up reuniting with Hammering in front of here.
It's quite the trust exercise right there, Jesus.
She asked if I had seen anything that could be used as a crowbar or lever. I didn't know at the time, but it turns out it was to help the unknown, even though I haven't worked with Hammering for long. I can already tell that's the kind of person she is.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were searching for something that could be used as a crowbar. But we had to hightail it out of here when we ran into a rapture ambush. Just when we were about to end up as rapture food, Hammering said she'd buy me some time, and turned to run back. We agreed to meet at that white building.
God, Hammering's just running all over the place trying to be a fucking hero.
But she never came.
And this is where you saw Hammering last?
That's right.
How was her condition?
She didn't look good.
Okay, let's get a move on.
Oh, okay.
Let's hurry.
We're coming for you, Hammering. Shifty, what's the latest on that request I put in?
It's ready for your perusal. Just a moment.
Kind of already know the truth now, though.
Let's see. First, it seems that what Liverin said is true, since the Pathfinder was formed. Liverin and Fragile have always been on the same missions.
It's crazy how they're talking about, like, oh, if Ingrid finds out, they're gonna wipe my memory, but here Shifty is hearing all this. Like, she wouldn't tell. So we really can trust Shifty. She's been very loyal so far.
However, the number of missions assigned to them suddenly took a significant drop. This occurred immediately after it was announced the Ark had halted its expansion. After that, there's hardly any work records, save for the occasional assignment thrown their way. They obtained permission from Ingrid to engage in additional work, after which they primarily focused on acting as couriers.
Did Ingrid do anything to assist them?
There appear to have been some attempts on her end. She tried to get them assigned to Infinity Rail, and looked into getting them to partner up with the Scouts. But this was overturned, due to the opposition from the central government.
Why did the government oppose that? You got a bunch of Nikke who just can't do anything helpful right now. And you're like, no, we don't want to put you to work.
There's a restriction on how many members any given squad can have.
It's pretty lame. Why is that?
A preventative measure, to ensure no single squad gets too large.
Sounds to me like they're excessive worrywart.
It might sound petty, but there is indeed a viable reason for their concern. The Goddess Fall incident with Model ZX was a major inciting factor. In the aftermath of that tragedy, the central government reached the conclusion that when too many
Infinity
Nikes
Rail is the
operate
team.
together with a common goal, they become uncontrollable.
Oh wait, I see what you're saying. So you're saying Marion used to be on Infinity Rail? And that's why they decided to limit the number of permissible members per squad?
Yes, it is for this reason that squads are typically composed of 3 members or fewer. Of course, there are exceptions, but there must be a valid reason. However, the Pathfinder's predicament was not considered a compelling enough reason to admit additional members.
They were left without a place to go practically overnight, and that's not considered a valid reason?
As far as the central government is concerned, Nikkes don't need to eat or sleep to survive. That's to say that they don't need money.
That's a bit heartless.
It certainly is.
Dun, 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 dun. What about Liverin's last known location and message records?
Well, there's nothing. Nothing at all.
What?
I wasn't able to turn up anything. No known coordinates or records of any correspondence. Nothing like that. I couldn't turn up anything whatsoever for the entire month before she joined the search team.
Ugh, Sixo's doing, I'm sure.
Even now, when you've seen her messaging on her phone, there's no record of that either. I even contacted Macilis's communication department directly, and they say they don't have any records of that correspondence either. All they have is one record on file, which is Ingrid giving permission for her to join the search team. If you were to believe the records, it would seem Liverin hasn't done much of anything for the entire month leading up to her participation in this mission.
Can that actually be true?
I thought so too, but the cell phone that Liverin is using was only released 2 weeks ago. However, there is no record of any credits being spent to purchase it, and no delivery history either.
Sixo really capable of all that?
There is no way a single individual can manipulate the central government's data on a whim.
Could it simply be an error with the data?
Highly unlikely, considering records indicated Fragile was busy with her deliveries during the same time frame. I'll continue to investigate.
Alright, thanks.
You're welcome. Just don't expect too much. I have a feeling it won't be easy to dig up anything of substance.
Oh no! At the grave. Is it this grave? Grave's grave?
This is the place. This is where Hammering and I got separated.
Ugh, there's nothing but crystals here. One wrong step, and you'd be Crystal's food.
Is there any possibility she's underneath some of these crystals?
Just a moment. I'll check to see if I pick up any energy fluctuations nearby. Huh? I'm picking up a whole bunch of them.
What do you mean?
I
means
think
they're
it would be a
raptures.
good idea for you all to get out of there. I'm detecting multiple energy reactions in that area. None of them are exceptionally large, but there could potentially be a rapture horde in that area.
But Hammering could be here too.
That's also true.
Huh? Alec, you just stepped on something. Can you pick that up?
Huh? This thing?
Ellie crouches down and picks up the object she'd stepped on.
What's this? Looks like some kind of iron bar.
The crowbar from before.
What's something like that doing here?
What's this?
It's a piece of a Nikke's thigh.
Oh,
What?
what does a piece of a thigh look like?
One of the bones that make up the framework in our thigh.
Ellie screams and drops the chunk of metal. Oh,
What is something like this doing here?
That's not all. I'm also seeing scattered rapture parts.
And that thing from before that's made of raptures and crystals.
The crystal chamber?
Yeah, I see parts of that scattered around as well.
Ugh, this place feels like a morgue.
Jolie silently picks up the thigh frame Ella had tossed aside. After inspecting it for a while, she lets out a sigh of relief, then places it back down on the ground with a
I
frown.
hate what this place is turning me into. Here I am, holding a body part and feeling relieved that it's not Hammering's.
The eerie echoes of crystals cracking reverberate through the air. Got an ad. We're still looking for Hammering. We've reached the point where she separated from Liverin, and now we're finding Nikke body parts and things scattered on the ground. I can see the crystals are emerging rapidly.
The energy fluctuations are off the charts now. The data confirms that it's the crystal chamber.
Everyone, full frontal assault! The slowly rising crystals suddenly collapse lifelessly to the ground.
What?
No more energy fluctuations detected.
This must be some kind of production facility. Or a hive, rather. They scatter Nikke and rapture parts all over along with the crystals.
Then sit back and wait until a crystal chamber materializes.
Yeah, it's still somewhat morbid, I guess, to be looking at body parts and being like, in any way happy, because you're supposed to be just disgusted by it, but when you realize that it could be so much worse,
Not the most
you know,
advanced
people do
method.
prioritize one life over another all the time.
It's in line with the primitive nature of the break
Some people will
system,
prioritize
so
one
and
life
the
over
use of
hundreds and
glass as an
thousands.
insulator. The only thing that's beyond our comprehension are these crystals.
It's like the Ark. Stumble upon something unknown and build an infrastructure around it until they come to understand what it is.
Right?
Even the way it absorbs nutrients is the same.
Alec.
Okay, I'll stop.
So, Hammering isn't here then?
Based on the erratic nature of the signals I'm getting, it's hard to say.
Then let's start searching. She could be underneath any of these crystals.
You mean the place they produce that huge crystal? She could pop out of anywhere at any minute?
If you haven't got the stomach for it, then leave. I'll find her myself.
Neon,
Yes?
time to unleash the secret weapon.
You mean the secret weapon?
Yes, the one and only.
Understood. I will unseal the forbidden power which lies within me. Superstition!
Commander totally knows how to work with Neon.
I see it! I see everything!
Neon, do the thing.
Scratch that. I'm seeing way too much.
Shifty and Neon can take point while we conduct the search. We'll search anywhere we detect energy fluctuations. There are enough of us here that it shouldn't take long.
Roger.
Searchy, search, search! Search, search, search! Is it sweep, sweep, sweep? I don't know if any of you guys know that reference. Drilly tosses a crystal onto the ground before it starts rolling a distance.
Next.
Approximately 10 meters to the right.
Got it.
While everyone's busy investigating areas with energy fluctuations, I find myself unable to tear my gaze away from Drilly. I mean, she is pretty hot. Drilly, maybe you should take a break.
I'm fine.
Have you and Hammering been together long? Drilly answers my question, but never stops digging through the pile of crystals as she does so.
It's been a while. We've been together since our squad was formed.
She must mean a lot to you.
Of course.
I get up and start going through the pile of crystals besides Drilly.
You don't often find people like her. I told you before how we mine for ore, right? This may sound strange coming from me, but if we wanted to, we could rob those places blind. Large groups are down in those mines at the same time. Snagging a few gems would be exceedingly easy.
But none of you did that.
I'd be lying if I said I'd never considered it, but every time I got serious about it, Hammering stepped in and stopped me. She'd go on about how we need to have pride. Even if we were on the edge of starvation, we must never lose our pride. Having said that, since we're Nikkes, we'd never actually starve, so that works out nicely.
She seems a bit on her high horse.
She can be frustrating at times, yes. This is a prime example. Right now, because of her principles, she's willing to put herself on the line for people she barely knows. Like I said, frustrating and foolish.
And kind.
Yes, she certainly is. Almost to a fault. So, that's why I need to save that silly fool. She's been like this her entire life. Wearing her heart on her sleeve. If someone as good as her were to die in a forsaken place like this, it would be too much to bear. No. That simply won't do. She has to go on living, so that she can prove the way she's chosen to live her life isn't foolish after all. That's why I have to find her.
I extend my hand to wipe Drilly's tears.
Don't cry. We'll find her. Promise.
I know.
Rappy looks at me pointedly. I suddenly feel awkward having my hands on Drilly's cheek.
Commander, from now on, it might be wise to refrain from...
Rappy looks at the consoled Drilly.
No, never mind. I think it will be fine.
The unknown is approaching.
What are you afraid
at
that
high
Drilly's
speed.
gonna want the commander to drill her?
She's opening fire!
What?
Gleaming bullet descends before me. For some reason, it feels like everything is moving in slow motion. I'm engulfed by a cacophonous burst of sound and fury. Ugh?
Commander! Commander!
Where are we?
We're beneath the crystal cluster that we were standing on a while ago. The ground gave way to the bombardment.
Clinic case? Yeah, I know about that.
I'm unsure as to the whereabouts of the others.
Looks like you've come to my rescue.
It's my duty.
I feel like it's been a while since I've fainted.
Well, it'd hardly be a good thing if it were to happen often. That explosion just now was the Unknown's doing. Though I can't fathom why she'd suddenly launch an attack on us. It's a miracle you didn't get caught up in the explosion.
Maybe that was intentional on her part.
Maybe. Anyway, we need to find a way out of here. Can you move?
I'll try standing. My ankle feels a bit stiff. No, it actually hurts quite a bit. However, I can't have Rappy drag me around this place. I'm fine.
That's a relief. Then let's move.
Just a second. I checked the operation device, only to find it
It
unresponsive.
must have come into contact with the water pooled up on the ground.
Is this water safe?
Yes, based on my analysis, it's not overtly harmful, but may lead to gastrointestinal discomfort if ingested.
Yeah,
So I'd suggest you refrain
basically
from
don't
drinking
drink the water that you find randomly, unless you can verify its freshness. Otherwise you wind up in Made in Abyss situations, if you know what I'm talking about, where they all got dysentery. That was so real and brutal. Noted.
I can't tell which way we're facing, but let's follow the direction the water flows on the ground. This place gently slopes toward the Harmony Cube.
Have any of you guys watched season 2 of Made in Abyss? The Golden Country or whatever?
So I'm willing to bet the others are heading in the same direction.
Sounds like a plan.
You're up. Come. Follow me.
What?
Guide you.
Why did you open fire on us? Or rather, why did you target the commander specifically?
Giant crystal wanted to absorb him. Holes in his shoe.
The crystal chamber hid in this pile of crystals, and tried to absorb the commander by making small holes in his shoe?
That's right. I knew you'd understand.
I lift my foot to check my soul, and notice several small holes. What could have happened to me?
I don't know. Never seen a human get absorbed before.
You saved my life, thank you.
Move.
What?
It's dangerous here. Let's move.
Your mother's watched it? Yeah, it's a heavy show, man. It's good, but some of the most like batshit insane premises for a story I've ever seen.
What should I call you?
Forgotten my name.
Then can we call you whatever we want?
Up to you.
Commander, can you come up with a suitable name?
Helmet casket. Coffin's closer to grave, but
Very interesting choices, Commander.
thanks.
Grave. Call me Grave.
She has no idea how close that actually does get to her real name.
All right. Where are we going? Grave.
She has dog tags, couldn't you just look at those?
To the cube.
Unless there's someone else's dog tags and she just wears them for fun.
I guided them this way.
Right. Thanks. I have loads of questions.
Can't answer them all.
Are you the one behind these crystals?
No.
Then what are you doing here?
Long story. Old story. Faded. Right again.
Huh?
Haven't talked in ages. Hard to talk.
Okay. Why are you helping us?
She rescued me. Kindness. Enmity. I will repay them.
She rescued me? You mean I rescued you? It's pretty clear now that the commander is male. You kept saying how humans are deceitful. I'm a human, is that okay?
You're not a human.
What?
Humans shout at me, shoot at me, be kind to me. The electricity. It hurt. Took off my helmet and stole Coffin. The electricity. It hurt. Light shot out, cut my stomach, and pierced my head. The electricity. It hurt.
So we don't know this exact piece that she's referring to. The whole stomach thing and the eye thing. I mean, I know old tales, but this particular
If you
part...
take photos, more humans will come.
The epilogue? I streamed old tales, I don't remember.
I don't like photos. The electricity. It hurt. The electricity. It hurt. The electricity. It hurt. I ran away.
I thought the epilogue was them noticing that there was a definitive end to the Raptures now.
Humans followed. Humans. Raptures. danger saved humans. The electricity. It hurt. Other humans betrayed me, so killed them to survive. You don't shout, you don't shoot, you don't electrocute me. You saved me.
No, I don't remember what you're referring to.
You thanked me. You're not a human, but...
Oh, this is before she noticed the number? If it's before she noticed the number, then sure, I guess, but...
I still don't like photos.
Don't worry, we've deleted all photos of you like I promised.
Good.
Is that how all humans have treated you?
Yes.
I see. I promise I'll never become a human.
Good.
Have you ever encountered other Nikkes before?
I remember 3.
That few? How long have you been wandering up on the surface?
Don't remember.
What happened to the other Nikkes that you met?
All dead. 2. Too late. 1 was human.
I see.
So you've kept yourself in places you won't encounter anyone else.
Yes, I have work to do. Long story. Old story faded. Right again.
Not entirely sure I understand. It sounds as if you have an urgent mission of some kind.
Right. Mission. I forgot that word. What is your mission?
Excuse me?
What do you live for? What do you want to accomplish? What have you done for that purpose?
Rappy?
You haven't decided yet. You must. It will define you. It is what drives you to live. Look in the mirror. And what do you see? What do you see in your eyes?
I've heard those words before.
We're almost there. Only a bit further.
Alright, let's go. Ow.
Commander,
Yes?
can you take off your shoes for a moment?
It's just that I've been walking in it for quite a bit, and also worked up quite a sweat, too.
Commander,
I feebly remove my shoes. As I do, the shoe feels extremely tight on my foot. At this juncture, the situation doesn't bode well for me. Something is wrong.
why didn't you say anything?
Sorry.
Get on my back. I'll carry you.
I could just lean on your shoulder.
Commander,
It's okay, really.
Hold on. I will fix.
Brave sets down her coffin and starts working on its surface. The coffin lid opens in a thick plume of smoke.
I have all the medicine you need. A full recovery is impossible, but in a half day, you should be able to move.
Grave tosses me a small vial.
Apply what's on the lid. Eat what's inside. You'll get better.
Thank you. Rappy slowly stands and walks toward Grave. Rappy?
Stay back. Don't come. Stay back. If you come closer, I'll kill you.
Grave lifts the box and aims it at Rappy. Rappy halts in her tracks, then lowers her head and peers into the coffin. Inside, there is a pale Nikke lying in a seemingly peaceful slumber.
Jiro.
Grave opens fire, but Rappy turns her head slightly to the side to dodge the bullet. As the bullet streaks through the air, it detonates with a blast, scattering countless shards of crystal in its wake.
Tell me, what is she doing here?
Grave closes the lid of the coffin and picks it back up.
What are you doing carrying around a heretic?
Don't call her that.
Tell me,
what you're doing with the heretic.
I said, don't call her that.
Ooh boy. Grave fires off a barrage of shots. But Rappy deftly dodges the attacks and returns fire whenever there's a pause in the fuselage.
I can't believe it.
Rappy, what are you doing?
She shouldn't be here. No, she shouldn't be anywhere at all.
Humans are deceitful.
So now you consider me a human? I'm not sure if I should be happy to hear that or not.
Closing the distance between them.
My weapons aren't doing anything, so I'll have to resort to my fists.
Grave slams the box in her hand into the charging Rappy. Rappy's body contorts as she's pinned to the ground.
I didn't think you'd be able to swing something so heavy.
Time to die.
Grave places the barrel of her gun on Rappy's stomach and puts the finger on the trigger. Her finger on the trigger. Grave! Don't shoot, I beg you!
You're human.
Why are you two fighting like this?
She insulted my treasure. She insulted my mission.
If that's what you're doing all this for, it's my mission to destroy it!
Rappy's body begins to turn a reddish hue. She's turning into...
Playtime is over.
Rappy grabs the barrel of the gun with one hand.
What the...
Red Hood? Rappy tosses the gun away with all her strength, sending Grave flying backward into the wall. Rappy leaps and closes in on Grave, aiming a roundhouse kick at Grave's abdomen. That doesn't look like a roundhouse, but okay. The wall behind Grave shatters into splinters, sending debris flying everywhere. Grave staggers on the verge of collapse. Rappy steps back a few paces.
Give it back! You cannot allow that thing to exist!
Red Hood? It can't be. It can't be. So, you've stolen the dead. Insulting my mission wasn't enough. You must also defile the heroes of the past. Die. Die and repent.
Anise, here! Don't you move, or we'll blow you to Kingdom Come!
Just you wait. I shall see you dead.
Grave carries the coffin and the box before vanishing without a trace. Rappy's hair turns to its original color. Rappy!
I'm fine. Just... exhausted. I don't appear to be overheating like before.
Rappy! Commander!
How did you two find us?
How could we not? With all that ruckus? Did you get into a fight with the unknown?
Explain what happened to Anise and Neon.
Heretic was inside the coffin? And Rappy used Red Hood? Thought you couldn't use that anymore.
Compared to before, the power, it feels more stable this time around.
You've taken that power and made it your own. If that's the case, awesome. But how did you know that what you saw was a heretic? You've seen her before?
I'm certain of it. I even knew her name. Although, I'm not sure how. I can only assume it has something to do with Red Hood.
Yeah, perhaps it's one of Red Hood's memories.
That was my guess. Where are the others?
They're waiting up ahead.
What is it? What's with that look?
We found hammering.
What, is she okay?
Let's go. Come and see for yourself.
Okay. Hammering's body is slumped against the wall as if paralyzed. She merely stares at me and smiles. Although she might seem fine on the outside, chances are her insides. Hammering.
You came. I'd love to give you a big hug, but I can't move.
You're still in the mood for jokes, aren't you?
How's my condition?
You've nearly been devoured by those accursed crystals. While they haven't quite reached your core, your insides are practically stuffed with them. They've pierced through your back and attached themselves to the wall.
Ah, so that's why I couldn't get up. I thought I was imagining things. So what happens now?
I don't know. It's either you live or die.
Well, I certainly don't want to die.
I know that.
When my arm got bad, I tried to detach it, but it didn't go well. I was too scared and just couldn't bring myself to do it.
I understand.
Elig, the operational device is broken. Can you fix it?
What seems to be the issue? I can't guarantee it if it's completely broken.
I think it took some water damage.
That should be an easy fix. Give it here.
I hand the operation device over to Elig. Just don't install Boom, alright?
Ugh, give me some credit, will you?
I crouch down in front of Hammering. We're gonna have to get you off this wall. But it's probably going to hurt.
I figured. Just make it quick.
Liverin, Fragile, you two hold Hammering. Drilly and Rappy, break the crystals. The rest of you cover us.
Roger. All right. Here we go. Hang in there. It'll be over soon.
It feels like I'm being stabbed from the inside.
The crystals seem to be affecting the nerve sensors. You fool. It's your own stupidity that got you into this mess.
I thought you liked living that way, Drilly.
I do.
A moment later.
You're free. Can you walk?
My body feels really heavy. And it's a bit cumbersome to walk.
In other words, you can't walk.
No, look at me. It sounds a bit strange when I walk, and my movements are a bit choppy like in an old video game. But at least I'm mobile.
Please stop saying this nonsense.
Here you are, Commander.
You fixed it? Thanks.
You're welcome.
Shifty, do you read me?
Loud and clear. I thought something bad had happened to you.
We've rescued the away team, so we're heading back now.
Okay, great. How's Hammering?
Not great. The crystals have devoured most of her body.
I see.
Taking her to the Ark isn't feasible, so we're heading to Reclamation Site 01. Can we expect any support in terms of personnel or equipment?
I'll put in a request, but I'm not sure what it'll amount to.
Thanks.
Are we heading back now?
Yes, we've accomplished our goal.
All right. I'll lead the way. Fortunately, the crystals aren't expanding like they were before, so we should be able to return safely. The only question is, how do we get back up the tunnel?
Things at the Ark have calmed down, so transportation robots will be provided.
I also set up ropes and footsteps in the tunnel as we came down. It'll be a bit of a challenge, but we should be able to climb up.
Nicely done, Drilly. You think of everything.
Drilly is a good Civ.
Let's get going. Fragile, you're up.
Okay.
The whole point of a Nikke being called Fragile and being fragile like that is just kind of silly. Then again, a whole police Nikke who's completely blind is certainly not helpful either. Or mostly blind.
Don't even think about going back to see the Harmony Cube again. Just drop it. You have no idea what you are going through right now.
If things are getting dangerous, it's best to sever my head. I can't do it myself, so one of us should do it instead.
You make it sound so easy. What if something goes wrong? You might die. But what about me?
Come on, nothing bad will happen.
How can you be so sure? You're being a fool.
Drilly, we may never return to this place. If we don't go back there and do something, someone else may stumble upon it and claim it for themselves. Is that what you want? I've come all this way and been through hell. So I'd like to have something to show for it. For our future. One where we can hold our heads high.
Is it possible?
How long will it take us to reach the reclamation site?
About half a day.
2 hours is enough.
Trony, prepare the brain shelter just in case.
On it.
No half measures. Let's check out that harmony cube.
What? Are we really going back? You've become rather gung-ho about this whole search mission, Master.
It's quite striking.
What?
I'll set our route toward the Harmony Cube. However, if Hammering's condition worsens, we will immediately detach her head and return.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you. Even if I die in the process, at least I'll die with no regrets.
Stop talking like that.
Rappy, this is...
Yes, it's the Lost Sector.
It seems to be like this only around the Harmony Cube. Fascinating.
The Harmony Cube is a device intended to facilitate the construction of the Ark. It would make sense to lay the groundwork in the nearby vicinity.
The materials all seem to be glass.
You're right.
I think it's to guard off the crystals.
My thoughts exactly. The objective is to construct buildings, but that's no good if they get devoured by the crystals as soon as they're built. So, if you want to prevent the encroaching crystals from interfering, you'd have to use glass as a building material. I think that's their thought process. The building where we found Miss Liverin seems to confirm that theory. However, some kind of error in the calculations caused it to manifest in a remote place.
Can we take some of these?
Are you okay?
Yeah, just a bit tired. I'm okay.
You're looking half dead.
This place is amazing. I'm glad I came here.
Let me take a look at you. Okay, good. They haven't reached your head yet.
Do you think someone is planning on making another arc here?
It seems pretty certain to me by this point, yeah. Although, I don't understand what would be the point of making a city of glass.
For tourism?
Well, I suppose that would be rather unique.
Everyone? Now that we've seen everything, should we start heading back? This place makes me feel uneasy.
Hold on. I'll just take some of this.
With deliberate movements, Hammering lowers herself to the ground, puts her chisel on the ground, and starts hammering. As she do. Let's hurry back. I think this might be as far as we go.
Yes, we should head back and rest.
Whoosh. Fragile suddenly reaches into Liverin's bag.
Wait!
Fragile takes out a small glass bottle from Liverin's bag. Inside the bottle are some crystals and small batteries. Oh.
Liverin, I knew something was up. Why would you agree to go back when you hadn't obtained anything? Are you planning on giving this to Sixo?
No, it's not what you think. You can't take the crystals back. That spelled disaster for the Ark. That place is teeming with food sources for that stuff.
You idiot!
That's why I put them in that glass bottle. I'm sorry, if you'll excuse me.
Liverin turns to run off. Liverin collapses to the ground.
My leg! Gunshot wound? Fragile, did you shoot me?
You shot me! Fragile approaches Liverin without saying a word. With a fierce stomp, she shatters the glass bottle that lay strewn on the ground.
If you're going to spend the rest of your life in fear of Sixo, perhaps it's better that you die. Then you won't have to be afraid anymore. And you won't hurt anyone else either. Oh, wait! Fragile!
Oh shit. Crystals start shooting out of Hammering's body.
The crystals are expanding!
What?
Quick, her head!
What do we do with her head?
Rappy!
On it!
Rappy delivers a swift punch to Hammering and sends her head flying off. You know, that doesn't sound very surgical.
You did that with your bare hands?
Check her status.
Her head, it's not on her body.
Yeah, we know
Pull
that.
yourselves together.
There's a bit of crystal at the base of the neck, but the rest seems okay.
Can you remove it?
I'll try.
on! Hammering's body!
Crystals in Hammering's body continue to expand till it becomes a large patch of crystals.
Oh boy, we've really done it now. Crystals consume electricity, right? Well, look what's above our heads right now. It's a device that uses all the electricity that's been collected. We'd be the best meal it can ever dream of.
So they are going after the Harmony Cube.
The crystals are continuing to expand. They're forming something. It's a crystal chamber.
Everyone, prepare for combat.
Alright, let's do this. Here we go.
Here we
So
go.
nervous.
Me too.
You too, Miss Trony?
Don't you move, Liverin. I'll deal with you when we're done fighting. Although, you won't be able to go anywhere.
Crazy, crazy.
Crystal chamber down.
Any crystals remaining?
None that I can see.
I need to take care of Hammering. We're returning immediately. Rappy, you take care of Liverin.
Roger.
I'm readjusting your inhibitors. As of now, no one is allowed to fire upon other Nikkes.
Very well.
Let's go. We gotta hurry. Fragile, lead the way.
Got it.
What comes after? Reclamation Site 01. We made it. Did everyone make it?
Yes. Everyone has returned to the Ark after a detailed examination.
Yeah. Poor Hammering.
Safe for hammering.
I mean, Anise already lost her head once during this story.
What happened
And she
to
got
her?
chopped in half another time. Wait, or did she not? I don't remember if she's chopped in half yet, or she will again later, but it did happen. Nikkes get fucked up.
Her head is being stored in a special case made of insulating material. She's currently on the surface.
She's up on the surface? Where specifically?
It's far too risky to move her. So we have set up a temporary camp.
Isn't that what we have
The
right here?
location is strictly confidential. Not even I know it.
Oh, okay.
I only know that Drilly made a special request to remain there with her. So now it's just the two of them there. The bit of crystal left at the base of Hammering's neck meant they couldn't place her in a brain shelter.
If there's no electricity, why hasn't the crystal disappeared?
Small amounts of electricity are always being generated in the brain and body. So, it appears the crystal is moving towards her brain, albeit very slowly.
You don't need the rest of the neck.
Things are going from bad to worse.
We are hard at work making a new brain shelter that won't be affected by the crystal. Once we do that, she'll be moved back here.
Moving her here would probably be the best course of action. It's not like there are a whole bunch of people or resources that would be put in danger.
Is there no way to remove the crystals?
There is, by cutting off the flow of electricity to the brain. This, however, would kill her.
What else can we do?
We are looking for a solution.
Meaning
And
that if we
Alara's
just
gotten
lopped her head
involved.
off earlier,
And
this
they are
wouldn't have
sure
been a
to come up with
problem.
Something.
It's not like she was very helpful physically while she did that.
Fortunately,
Or in the meantime.
crystals don't appear to affect the nymph as ordinary corruption does. Given that the crystals are a physical entity, I am confident they will be able to resolve this situation.
I certainly hope so.
What about Liverin?
I have not received any news on her, other than that she is being held in the detention facility.
Well, they found out about what you're doing anyway.
Enoch is having difficulty in reaching a verdict since she failed to commit a crime. When Liverin was arrested, there was an incident in which Fragile caused a disturbance. After being struck by an incapacitating round, she was placed on house arrest.
Do you think Fragile really intended to kill Liverin?
She probably made the decision after having a talk with her.
What about electric shock?
They're busy writing reports. Once they're done, they'll probably be rejoining you.
They are the only party involved in this incident that got out unscathed.
That's true.
What does the central government think about this whole episode?
They reached a conclusion a short while ago. I'll read their statement. The Crystal region has been deemed excessively perilous. Nothing from these areas is to be utilized in any way. No exceptions. In addition, leaving these areas unchecked has also been deemed dangerous. Therefore, The area will be eradicated. That's all.
The Eradicator.
I didn't expect that. I thought for sure they'd try to get something out of it.
That shows just how dangerous that place is. If one minor slip-up ended with a single crystal
Nuke it from
entering
orbit.
the arc,
It's the only way to be sure.
it could spell doom for us all.
How are they intending to destroy it?
Various methods are being considered. But one thing is for certain. Absolute will head to the surface and execute the mission.
Oh.
The Special Commando will also be participating.
Oh.
The burden of being good at your job, I suppose.
Grave is probably still up there.
I'd say that's a safe bet.
I won't let her get away next time.
Shifty? What about Sixo?
It's just as Liverin said. There's nothing. The only thing we have to go on is that name. Sixo. And even that is most likely an assumed alias, like a nickname on the internet. I think it's something like that.
Should we proceed to the Ark?
We have an important mission ahead of us. So hold off for now. I'll continue looking into Sixo, and I'll let you know if I find anything.
Got it, thank you. So many things are happening all at once. My head hurts. For now, I need a break.
Oh, really?
The Ark. Electric Shock Dormitory.
Do you think Miss Hammering is okay?
She'll be fine.
I feel bad for everything she had to go through.
Yeah.
Do you think those crystals could become a substitute power source?
No, they lack scalability. Besides, the risk is too high.
We didn't end up finding anything during this search mission.
Well, the exact moment when Unbreakable Sphere happens, I'm not 100% sure
We
of,
hadn't
but yeah,
counted on
it's right
finding
around
something
here.
That quickly anyway.
I know, but still, it would have at least taken the sting out of how Miss Hammering and Miss Liverin ended up.
It's okay. We can always try again. Because I know you're not the type to give up.
You're right. I'll never give up. I will show everyone what the real sky looks like.
I know you will.
Just a second. I got a message.
I'm looking to purchase some information. Huh? Name the price and I'll pay it. I'm not selling.
Who was that?
Spam. I still can't believe such a thing still exists in this
I
day
don't
and
think
age.
that was spam. Scam, perhaps, but spam, no. The detention facility inside the Ark. The door of the detention facility opens and a phone slips through.
Huh? Who is it?
Liverin picks up the phone with trembling hands. Did you bring what I asked for? Fragile told me you spoke to her. Well, well. I'm surprised. I thought you'd be trembling in fear. Yes, I told her everything. What of it? I pleaded with you not to. Why should I have to listen to a single word you say? Besides, I kept the most important thing from her. So you ought to be thanking me, don't you think? Well, no response? Don't you have anything to say? Thank you. Good. That's better. I'm quite disappointed in you. In exchange for keeping a big secret, I asked for one small favor. And you couldn't even do that. The search mission was too dangerous. That's not my concern. I figured this might happen, but I must admit, I still have a soft spot for you. So I'll forgive you for failing me on this search. For not responding immediately to my message. For talking back to me. I'm even going to give you one more chance to make it up to me. Thank you. 1 hour later, a fire is going to break out in the detention center shortly. You'll be able to escape in the ensuing pandemonium. What? Once you're out, I want you to bring me one thing you got from the search mission. But there's nothing left from the expedition. Yes, there is. Her head. You mean, yes, Hammering's head. Bring it to me. Oh shit. Oh, poor Liverin. Correct, yeah, they're about to develop the AA pillars between now and a little bit more into the story.
I'm done for.
Yep, you're pretty fucked. Ma beast. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum. Hey Rappy,
Yes, Commander?
why did you preemptively attack Grave?
Hold up. Are you saying that Rappy is the one who attacked first?
Not that lady?
Answer me. Grave meant us no harm.
The thing she is keeping inside that coffin is a heretic, Anichiro.
Did you just say what I think you said? A heretic?
Anichiro.
She clearly values it highly, based on her words and actions thus far. My guess is that she wishes to resurrect Anichiro.
Shifty.
One moment. I'm collating the data right now. There's not much to go on, but according to this, she was the first heretic. There's also a brief report about her being shot down, but nothing else. This data is over 100 years old.
She must be extremely dangerous.
What makes you say that?
Typically, the first iteration of any model is incredibly strong, especially prototypes. Doubly so if she's the forebearer of the heretics. Her power must be unimaginable.
That's a good point, actually. But one second. Rappy, how do you know about Anichiro? I would like to know that myself. The only way you can turn up any information on her is by specifically searching for it.
I know her. Or rather, I knew her.
Red Hood?
Yes, I can't be certain, but it seems Red Hood has met Anichiro before. My mind is flooded with intense memories and emotions, not least of all, rage.
Sounds like they could have been mortal enemies.
There's no way to know for sure. What is certain is that we mustn't allow Anichiro to be resurrected. If she were to awaken now, none of us would stand a chance against her.
But I thought taking down heretics was our thing? We practically eat them for breakfast.
See, for that line, it would be, but I thought taking down heretics was our thing. Or sorry, no, that's the wrong thing. But I thought taking down heretics was our thing. That's how it should be said.
This is apparently one meal we can't have.
We're dealing
But
with an
clearly,
entity from over a
takes more than one
century
take
ago.
to get just the right tonality you need in that moment.
She's most likely equipped with technology that's long been considered lost. Our objective is twofold.
You eat heretics for breakfast? No.
Track down Grave and destroy Anichiro.
First things first, we'll track Grave down. As for how we deal with Anichiro, I'll make a decision after I've assessed the situation further.
Roger.
At least Rappy's willing to listen. Kind of.
Hey there.
Hey, Mana! How things going?
Better than expected. Things are progressing quickly. We're keeping the Harmony Cube in check. And once the A-Pillar arrives, we'll be able to start.
What about Absolute?
There were Raptures armed with anti-air artillery nearby, so they went to deal with them.
Just the three of them?
Yes.
Commander, we should join them.
Agreed. Let's go.
I have something to confess. I fell asleep during the mission briefing. I haven't got a clue what Mana is doing here, what the stakes are, and what's going on with Absolute.
You're shouting it like you're proud of the fact you know nothing.
Naturally, I always hold my head high.
If you hadn't nodded off, you'd know that Absolute is harnessing the Harmony Cube in order to destroy the crystal. Isn't that right, Mana?
Not even a little bit.
Did I at least get some keywords right?
Sorry, Mana, but can you please explain it to us again?
Fine. Based on the investigation the central government conducted on the E2 crystals,
Man, you all love these kinds of names, don't you? First,
this substance was deemed highly dangerous to the Ark and classified as risk level SS. At the same time, as it was determined that it didn't have any positive effect on the surface's ecosystem, any further research would serve no purpose, and the decision was made to eradicate the material. For some perspective, heretics were designated as risk level S. These E2 crystals, meanwhile, are one level above even that. The Harmony Cube located here is outdated and not well maintained, but it is still capable of running calculations pertaining to the construction of the Ark. By setting this Harmony Cube loose on the nearby infested E2 crystals, We will overwrite the basic structures of the Ark here, which are known as lost sectors. The structures generated by this harmony cube are composed of glass, which makes them perfect for dealing with E2 crystals. Our strategy is to fill the area with these glass structures and push back the E2 crystals.
And this place will be the epicenter of that operation?
No.
Oh.
Care to elaborate?
We intend to use an A-pillar which will act as a stake of sorts. We will insert this A-pillar into the most
So yeah, there's
densely
the
packed
A-pillar they're
area
talking
of the
about.
crystal region, from which the basic structures will expand outwards. By repeating this process multiple times, we'll eventually fill the area with these structures.
I wonder how that's going to look.
What you need to do now is join up with Absolute and proceed with the mission. They've been fully briefed on this operation, and have even completed a simulation.
Alright, no issues on my end.
Anything else?
What do you mean?
What about Grave?
I haven't seen any sight of her yet.
Understood. Alright, let's go meet up with Absolute. What an absolute waste of time. Except for the fact that Eunhwa's about to get a hell of a lot hotter. One of my least favorite Nikke's got a complete glow up into one of the ones that I want most. See you later, gens. 20 hours, man. Go get some sleep. That's crazy. I can't do that.
Oh my.
I'm a
You
sleepaholic.
Hurry up, you idiots. This is why.
Sorry. Inferior people like us walk kinda slow.
For every 3 steps you take, we only take 1! Oh, how useless we are!
We're not worthy.
God, they're funny.
We're not worthy.
This is fun.
I knew we'd all get along swimmingly.
Give me a sit rep.
The container with the stakes is going to be transported over by air in a while.
Steaks. Steaks.
There's a possibility it could be shot down before landing, so we need to clear this place of raptures.
What? You're still not done? Jeez, Absolute has really fallen off.
We were waiting for you.
What?
It's just that I've heard so many stories about how remarkable the counters are.
We are pretty
I wanted to see it for
awesome.
myself.
It's not that we're doubting you. We simply want to see what you're capable of.
What is this, some kind of test we have to pass?
That's a rather blunt way of putting it, but yes, more or less.
Come on. Show us what you can do.
What's the point of this?
Show me your moves.
Are you still obsessed with who's the strongest?
Be quiet. You abandoned us and left us in the lurch, only to sidle up with a third-rate squad instead. You must have had a reason to do that. I'd like to know what it is.
Yeesh, jealous much?
Do you ever shut that trap of yours?
If you still want these lips, why don't you come give me a kiss? Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Why do I even bother? You've got 3 minutes until the container arrives. Clear this place out before then.
Let's go, everybody.
Commander, we don't have to go along with this ridiculous game of theirs.
No, let's show them. Let's show them what we're made of.
Okay, let's go. You want to witness the greatness of the counters firsthand?
Let me show you just what I'm made of now.
I might just have to unleash the
Good old
full
Sonic
power of
songs.
supervision.
I'd advise against that. All they'll see is your glasses twinkling slightly.
Why do you all...
Rappy, let's show them that you made the right choice.
Let's show how well we work together.
Let's do this. Rappy's like, but we don't work together well.
Finished.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't like Sonic. I don't like any of those Sonic movies, to be honest.
I thought it was
They're
impressive, personally.
tolerable at best.
Let's move to the mission area.
Insulting at
You could
worst.
at least give us some feedback.
Yeah, if you're not gonna leave a review, then you at least ought to pay us. Ooh, she's not saying anything. That must mean she's gonna pay us.
It seems you're finally capable of not being complete morons all the time. And in a fairly short amount of time, too. Impressive.
What is wrong with her?
Such effusive praise. You don't have to be so nice.
There are some caveats, however. The squirt and the squad leader are competent.
I can't say the same about you two. It's not a major issue for now, since the skill gap isn't too significant. But as those two grow stronger, both of you will only end up dragging them down. It's not that you haven't grown. You just haven't improved enough. You need to do better.
Yeah, I knew that.
Good. As long as you're aware. Now let's move.
Yunhua walks ahead.
Wow, that was amazing. You guys work together so well as a team that you hardly notice your firepower is lacking. Our firepower is lacking?
Oh no, poor Neon.
Oh, sorry. I may have said too much. I'm sure you'll eventually find weapons that are better suited to you.
Come to think of it, have any of you ever upgraded your gear?
There's no need for us to wantonly upgrade our loadout. What we're using right now suits us perfectly.
It's an RPG, you always need to be upgrading your loadout.
If you say so.
Sorry to interrupt, but the container has arrived. The initial setup is expected to take 20 minutes.
In the meantime, we'll proceed to the designated area.
Roger that. I'll have it ready to fire when you give me the signal.
Let's go.
Let's go. The A pillar.
Destination reached.
Is it a pillar or the pillar?
Requesting further guidance as to where the stakes will be driven.
I'll do it.
The stakes shall be driven into the hearts of vampires. Duh.
The stakes will land where that disc is. Everyone, step back. Go ahead, Mana.
Coordinates confirmed. Launching A-pillar towards the guidance signal. A-pillar launched. Handing over control to the operator for the landing procedure.
Roger. Assuming control.
Huh? Shifty?
Yes. I'll be steering it to the guidance signal.
I'm not overly familiar with this control system.
Wow! You must be really good at this then, Shifty.
I wouldn't go that far, but it was covered in my curriculum. There are a few tricks you can learn, and the whole process is easy to replicate with a flight simulator.
I see.
Oh, like that, yes. And... got it. It should land any moment now.
Kabloom! A massive white pillar plummets from the sky and lands upright on the ground. Upon impact, there's a resounding thud, and massive plumes of dust emerge in its wake.
Landing complete.
Checking alignment. Initiating link with Harmony Cube. Hub designation complete. Computational power amplification confirmed. Initiating art creation sequence.
Woo! I thought I was gonna say woo! No, wong. The white pillar begins to vibrate. Ooh, woo. It feels the ground itself is rippling.
Everyone, brace
It
yourself.
feels like. The ground begins to undulate wildly, and white blocks begin to shoot up like seedlings sprouting from the ground. At the same time, the crystals in the area shatter to pieces. Some blocks rise for a moment and stop, while others continue to surge up into the air seemingly without end. They assume a panoply of different shapes. Triangles, ovals, diamonds, and more. After a few moments, the blocks cease their movement. In what was once a foreign land, there is now a familiar landscape. It's become a lost sector.
Construction complete. A-pillar status, all normal. Linking with Harmony Cube and expanding the area.
Holy crap, this place is unrecognizable now.
Think of this pillar as a pseudo-Harmony Cube. One which was created by the Harmony Cube itself. We can expand the structures around the area where the A-pillar is embedded. Being made of glass, all of this material is immune to the E2 crystals, so it can push them out. Additionally, the A-pillar is tied to the Harmony Cube's computational power. So the more you install, the better the Harmony Cube's computation ability.
I didn't quite catch all of that. None of this makes any sense
Anis, you
to me.
idiot.
How can these structures just appear out of thin air?
You're right. It doesn't make any logical sense. But you just saw it with your own eyes.
How does the science behind all of this work? Although, to be honest, I don't think I'd understand even if you did explain.
That's classified information.
How come?
Do you really think this process follows the laws of physics or basic energy principles?
I don't think so. I guess? I don't know. None of this makes any sense.
That's precisely why it's confidential. Does that answer your question?
Not at all.
Be quiet.
It's confidential because you don't want other people to know about it.
You just said yourself
because
that
it's
you
complicated.
wouldn't understand even if you were given an explanation.
It's like watching a documentary on quantum physics. Even if you don't understand every bit, it's still nice to know.
Try and use that pea brain of yours for 1 second. If the reason why this stuff works the way it does wasn't classified, and if it was something
Weren't
that everyone
classified.
could understand, it could end up being used for terrorism. Like you said, it defies all common sense. Do you really think something like that will be easy to understand?
Probably not.
Exactly. Hence, why it's classified.
For someone who says they don't care, you've got an awful lot to say about it.
I don't know. I don't need to know.
So our objective is to plant these pillars here and there? Then these structures that manifest as a result will wipe out all the crystals?
Correct.
Sounds kinda fun. Like a game.
We're moving out.
Move out!
That's strange.
Chat has gone surprisingly silent. Is anybody still there? So I should check the YouTube status of things. It's a little lonely. It's nice to have at least someone to talk to.
What is it?
We installed the A-pillar, but the Harmony Cube's computation speed isn't increasing as expected.
Potato salad. Ooh, that sounds yum.
Since the A-pillar is also a computation device for the Harmony Cube, the computation speed should increase with each installation.
Is there some kind of
I'm
problem?
always very hungry after a good live stream.
We ran a check, and the equipment doesn't appear to be defective.
Something is attacking it from the outside.
Yes. I suspect that someone is hijacking the data.
Grave. Can you go through the records and backtrace it?
Aw, cute little puppy underneath the desk. She's so cute. Your pain meds made you a bit loopy. Oh, that's fine. I'm sorry to hear that you need to take pain meds. Hopefully they at least solve the pain problem. Looking up some info on Code Vein 2. What more is there to look up? To be fair, it's just the trailer, yeah?
We missed our chance this time, but we should be able to run a trace the next time they try again.
Okay, I'll get things ready.
That pilgrim grave? Is she strong?
Isn't it supposed to be a hard-boiled egg?
Yes.
So you gotta boil more then,
How
is that what you're
strong?
saying?
I'm not sure. We haven't really gone toe-to-toe with her yet.
If her level is anything comparable to yours, then we already know what to think of her skills. Not much.
I wouldn't underestimate her if I were you. You'll end up regretting it.
Yeah. Even when Rappy used Red Hood, she barely managed to...
Neon?
Whoops! Sorry, I wanted to boast about Rappy and got carried away.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I did the lore of Code Vein 1, so if there's gonna be a synopsis of the sequel, I wouldn't know yet, because there's... The sequel hasn't come out yet.
Rappy becomes stronger when she wears a red bandana. Have you ever heard of the Red Turban Rebellion?
I love how she goes all Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
You don't have to pretend. We know all about it. About Rappy's secret past and what happened to her.
Did Ingrid tell you?
Yes. She said we needed to know.
Since we were comrades and all.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep it a secret.
It's gonna be a reboot instead of a definitive sequel? Then that defeats the entire fucking point of the first one ending on a cliffhanger. I think that's a terrible idea, and if I were in that room with them, I'd say fuck off. I feel like a lot of them are trying to reboot it, perhaps, because they want to get Code Vein. They want an anime Dark Souls, but not one that the wokies complain about, that they can be politically correct with, and all shit, and it's like, geez, you know? A Spaceballs 2? That sounds like... I don't know, man. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't, though. Whenever people have tried to bring back really old things like that, it does so to extremely varied success. It depends. Like, they made a Beavis and Butthead movie somewhat recently, like around 2020, I say that, but that's recent compared to the 90s show. And that I thought was hilarious. It was like pretty much the same appeal that Beavis and Butthead always had, somehow brought back like 20 years later without compromise, which was insane. But a lot of things just can't do that. Apparently, like, the sequel to Dumb and Dumber was like really dumb, like in not a good way. So with Spaceballs too, Spaceballs was, you know, a parody of Star Wars, and that's because they were making fun of very classic and very popular tropes about that movie, or that movie pioneered. So now there's no point, because Star Wars has been overdone to shit and kind of ruined. Well, we're getting a Code Vein 2, but if they decide to make a Code Vein 2 and not have it actually follow the events of the first game, and make it a reboot that recanonizes it, that would be stupid as shit. You're watching a video preview by Noisy Pixel, and that's what the description said. Want as much info? Yeah.
No need to apologize. You never considered us comrades anyway. Since when were you ever forthright with us? Never.
Again, if we find out more and that game doesn't wind up having nearly as amount of like sexy waifu as the first game had, then we'll know that's exactly what Namco Bandai is trying to do. That they have really drank the Kool-Aid and are going censor crazy, and they're like, we can't possibly make a sequel to Code Vein without like redoing it all so it's no longer as sexy.
Both when you were with us and after you left. You've always kept us in the dark. So don't say you're sorry. You never expected anything from us. So we stopped expecting anything from you.
I don't feel that way.
What was that? Come on, let's move.
Unhwa rushes forward.
Some people never change. Rappy, did you really leave without telling them? You didn't have your memory wiped or anything before you left, did you?
No. Nothing happened.
That's right. That's precisely the problem. Nothing happened. Anyway, that's all in the past, so we shouldn't dwell on it. We should keep moving.
I have a question for all of you.
What is it?
What's Absolute doing here?
What kind of question is that?
Is our being here making you uncomfortable?
No, that's not it. It's just that... Don't you think you all being sent here is a bit overkill?
I see.
Actually, I was a bit curious about that myself.
The goal is to use this C-pillar to push back the areas overridden with crystals, right?
A-pillar.
Right! A-pillar! Call me crazy, but I don't think you guys are the only ones who could get this job done.
Well, you're saying Code Vein is tame. I'm saying Code Vein was known pretty well for being very sexy with its characters and outfits. At least the ones for the create a character and such. You know, and God Eater was the same way. You'd have these characters with underboob. It was very common, very, very good. I liked that about it. And it makes me wonder if they were to make a God Eater now, if they would stick to their same guns, or if they would have convinced themselves that their former games were somehow too objectifying, like freaking Capcom has been doing a lot. I would have... Okay, so if it's another story in the same universe, then that's fine. I don't have problems with that. You know, it doesn't always have to follow the exact same crew of characters, or whatnot. However, if you're gonna end your previous game on a cliffhanger, which is more or less what they did, we need to be able to see what was outside. You know, where were the characters going at the end? Can we at least see what they found? or get some idea of what it was out there, which we would assume is the world of God Eater outside there, but who knows. But if we do know that, then I don't know, if you're gonna leave it on a weird cliffhanger, just have the balls to like actually develop that further instead of just pretending like, yeah. The trailer looks good. Well, I'd have to see it. It's possible that it could still be funny, because at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of jokes. It just makes you wonder, why wait? Like, why now?
In fact, there are probably plenty of people better suited to handle this type of job. What do you think? I'm a real super sleuth, aren't I? Novel will be green with envy.
You could have at least chosen a more impressive person to measure yourself against. However, you do have a point. This kind of job seems.
But yeah,
a
what
bit out of
Capcom's
Ashley's
doing
wheelhouse.
is just so insulting. Just all this revisionism of history, being like, "Oh, this game, we're gonna cry and admit that it was controversial and over-sexualized. If we're gonna remake it, we're gonna scrub all that. If we're gonna report it, we're gonna censor it or put a massive disclaimer on there."
I figured you all would bring some
like,
kind
cut
of
it
special
out.
vacuum that sucks
These
up
games
the
didn't need a
crystals or
disclaimer
something.
back then.
And what makes you think that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
You can't think about any mission from merely one perspective. You've got to consider it from all angles.
Like art that's existed of Mai Shiranui on the internet for ages. Suddenly they felt the need to zoom in on it and crop out her ass because her official portrait was just too lewd for the modern era, but it was fine back then. If it was fine back then, it's fine now. We're not idiots. We're not babies.
I don't get it.
And that's why you're all inferior.
Darn. I think we just got demoted.
We're here because the chance of encountering pilgrims and heretics is high. That pilgrim called Grave doesn't seem to be the friendly type. Plus, there have been traces of other intelligent life forms here. We also know for certain that a heretic is roaming around these parts as well.
So you all were sent in as a military force to combat the heretic.
Correct.
Then why not send Matisse? They're adept at fighting too.
Why do you think?
Because they don't get along with Absolute?
Their weapons and power sources rely a lot on electricity. They'd be a movable feast for these crystals. That's why they can't come here.
The only thing we know for sure is that there's a heretic here. But we don't know anything about her. Therefore, squads with experience in dealing with heretics were chosen. Which means us and you. We ought to be thanking this heretic for giving us a chance to meet.
Yeah, especially since you guys have been so busy lately. You're becoming real big shots.
Things definitely have changed since when I first joined the team.
Don't you feel like we've been on a roll since I joined?
We've got the commander to thank for our turn in fortune, not you.
Arriving at the second area. Proceed with installation.
Let me do it this time. Unwa, give me your chest.
What?
I need a flat surface to put this disc on.
Oof. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? What is that, the fourth one? I thought they were calling it Ninja Gaiden 4. Did they change their mind already? Or is it one of those things where it's Ninja Gaiden 4 Ragebound? I don't know.
Keep talking and see what happens.
Whoa, easy. You're not really going to shoot me, are you?
I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to blow your lips off.
In that case, I better move my lips so they're harder to hit.
Mwah, are you okay? You're shaking.
She's just so fucking pissed.
That's rich coming from you.
Or shadows of the first crew or secret bosses. I mean, that would be an interesting way of doing it. Assuming there was a justifiable reason, but it would also suck to find out, oh, your characters left, and then they all died miserably or became bad guys. It's like, I don't want to hear that from my former crew. Be cool to be like, oh yeah, here they are. They're still happy. They're still doing their thing. Okay, then I've never heard of this Ninja Gaiden Ragebound at all.
There's nothing to this. You plop down the disc
Is
and
it
the
meant
snake
to be
lands
like-
right wherever you put it. After that, it pushes away the crystals.
How is
and
it
the
different? Is it
structures
like
start
one
to
of the
settle
old school side scrollers now?
in. At this rate, we'll be done in no time.
Have you detected any activity from Grave?
Let me check. Someone's attempting to hijack the data. Initiating trace. They're nearby. I'll send you the coordinates.
Coordinates received. Proceeding in that direction.
A moment later, Eunhwa moves at the front of the group, consciously surveying the surroundings. Did something happen?
Between Rappy and us?
Yeah.
Didn't you hear me back there? I don't think we should dwell on the past.
I still want to hear it.
What to do? Should I tell them, Rappy?
More difficult? Ninja Gaiden was already one of the most annoyingly difficult games ever. I don't know. If it's fair difficult, that's one thing. The original Ninja Gaiden was kind of a broken game that had like, what do they call that? Flicker? I guess, when there's so many sprites on screen that they can't even render them all at once. And so like only half of them would render for like a frame or two, and it would just be like really hard to even tell what you're looking at. So, you know, if a game has smooth controls and clear visual language, and it's hard because of the placement of the enemies and stuff like that, but not because your controls suck and the screen is like just not high fidelity, you know, those very much change the type of difficulty.
Alright, I'll loosen my lips for old time's sake. The long and short of it is that not much really happened.
To be fair, most old games, I think, were harder than Dark Souls.
Rappy joined us shortly after Absolute was formed. She adapted
Dark Souls is
quickly, and
difficult, but in a
before long,
completely different
we
way than
became
those old school
Elysion's top
games.
squad. So much so that the Elysion completely overhauled their standards several times based on our performance. Those were the days.
Ninja Gaiden games are pretty good, to be fair.
Anyway, things stayed like that for a while. Then one day, out of nowhere, we got a written notice that Rappy had left Absolute. No explanation whatsoever.
Seriously? That's all?
That's all. You can imagine how confused we were. There hadn't been any sign that anything was wrong.
Eunhwa seems particularly peeved with Rappy. Why is that?
She thought that she'd found her perfect partner. She would always say that with Rappy, reclaiming the surface wasn't just a pipe dream. Can you imagine it? Eunhwa putting her arm around someone and giving them a fist bump? Eunhwa didn't just like Rappy. She adored her.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's a trailer. I'll take a
Considering how
look.
abruptly things ended,
I'm more
I can
excited or
understand
more
why she's
interested,
upset.
rather, in the new Shinobi game. Because instead of Ninja Gaiden, I was always a fan of the 2D Shinobi titles.
With her personality, I'd imagine
Particularly
she'd been
Shinobi
demanding
3, I
answers.
think, is one of the best games ever made.
You know Eunhwa well. She sought Rappy out multiple times after she left, but to no avail. In fact, that's something I always wanted to ask you, Rappy. Why didn't you meet with her?
Unfortunately, the reasons I like Shinobi 3 are not present in this new rebooted Shinobi that Sega's trying to put together. And I'm like, damn. It's like all cartoony in its aesthetic now. Which is annoying because we already had a game like that called Mark of the Ninja, which was perfectly good in its own right for what it was doing. And now it seems like the new Shinobi is maybe trying to copy that.
I was avoiding her.
Huh?
And the music sounds all like hip-hoppy, kind of dubsteppy, like rap fusion type stuff.
Because I felt bad.
And I'm like, that's not even remotely what the original game sounded like.
Huh. You're a coward.
You're right.
Rappy, have you ever told Eunhwa that you're sorry? So you haven't. Don't worry. I'm not going to ask why. But you ought to know that if you don't give a proper goodbye, there's no closure. No matter what the reason is, you have to close the book on that chapter. Only then can you move on and start anew.
I know.
Ma Beast.
Ma.
Unwa.
Oh, I got a Ryogi Shiki plushie in the mail recently. It's super cute. You love Shinobi 3. Do you still remember the codes for invincibility and infinite shuriken? I don't think I ever did that. Whenever we cheated with those old school games, usually we'd do it with like the Game Genie. We had one for Sega Genesis. But that game, no, I just didn't usually cheat on it.
What's all the fuss? I'm right here.
Everyone, stay low. Grave detected. Up ahead.
Komori with great back muscles. What's she from? Ahead of us, Grave places the coffin amongst a pile of various mechanical devices. We watch for a while, and Grave simply stares at the coffin without moving an inch. She appears to, for some reason, which remains unclear, be exhausted.
I'm not detecting any raptures nearby. The likelihood of an encounter is quite low.
We have the advantage. We should attack.
Let me try talking to her first.
Don't be a fool. We're dealing with a hostile force here.
Oh, you're telling me Ninja Gaiden Ragebound has waifu? Okay. I'm not so sure of that, and besides, she seems to be running on empty.
I'll aim for her legs. After that, you...
We've been spotted.
Code Vein 2's character customization has more depth. Hopefully it has more outfits. And hopefully you can play through the game without anything what I would call quote-unquote ugly on your character. I know it was part of the story that everybody in the first Code Vein had masks, but eventually they let you turn off the masks, and that made it more fun. And yeah, so even if the story involves characters with masks, I'd rather just pretend that's not a thing, because aesthetically it was kind of ugly. And now it seems like Code Vein 2 has this weird thing where, like, parts of your enemy are exposed, like big chunks of their flesh taken out, so that you can see, like, their heart. Even the main character, you can see his heart to an extent, too. And I'm like, I don't like that aesthetic at all. That sounds cool if it were like an enemy with an exposed heart or something like that, but not like for the main characters. So we'll see how that plays out. Grave takes aim at us.
Damn, she's good.
Take cover!
What are those? Explosives?
They appear to be homemade. The explosions aren't stable.
Here comes another one.
Damn, she does not want us to get close.
I'm going in. Cover me.
Gotcha!
What are you even carrying around a gun for? Is that just for show?
Silence.
Flames spew from the barrel of Grave's weapon. Shinobi Art of Vengeance, is that what it's called? Yeah.
This is gonna be a direct hit.
Intercept.
The bullets fired by Grave explode in midair. Grave fires another volley.
On track for an indirect impact.
Intercept.
The bullet once again explodes in midair.
Get her off balance.
Got it!
Vesti fires a missile which lands in front of Grave and explodes. Even as Grave staggers, she continues to aim her weapon at us.
Miss. There's an opening.
Kaboom! Grave fires off the shot, which veers wildly into the air and explodes. At the same time, Unhwa gets into position and fires her weapon. Grave's leg jerks back. Grave falls to one knee. She attempts to raise her weapon at us, but she doesn't appear to have the strength and is unable to stand.
Impressive. You took her down with one shot.
Emma, keep your eyes peeled.
Roger.
All right. You, idiot.
Me? Me?
I'm talking to Weakling. Go talk to her.
Unhwa.
I'm not exactly sure what you hope to accomplish. You've got a knack for talking to people, so I'll give you a chance. I'm warning you, though. The moment I detect you're in danger, I'm stepping in.
But our orders are to take her by force or eliminate her.
I'll take responsibility for what happens. Now go.
Thank you.
Commander, let's go together.
No, you stay here. She's pissed at you. I don't want you to lose control and get us into another brawl unexpectedly.
Roger.
She feels so sad about that. I raise both my hands up and slowly approach Grave. Grave?
You.
Yes, it's me, the human.
Stop. I'll kill you.
How many warnings are you gonna give me? Is that a heretic you're carrying inside there?
Heretic? That's not the name.
Then what should we call it?
Don't need to know.
She's fired up. To be fair, I'd be more weirded out if she weren't acting hostile towards me. I have to proceed with extreme caution. Street Fighter 6 is already 3 years old? Fuck. Graves swings her weapon within an inch of my face. I can feel the air blowing across the tip of my nose as it passes by.
Don't come closer.
Can't we talk?
Won't let anyone take this. I'd rather do it myself.
What's she doing? Wait, she's self-destructing.
Commander!
We're not after the coffin.
I'm sorry.
What is this ludicrous display?
Oh, whoa. Hello. She's like a good, wicked, evil bitch because she's like the slime, the black slime is really gross, but it's shaped perfectly for her, so it just somehow like works out really well.
Blowing yourself up isn't the answer, you fool. The 4 beasts.
A giant clamp-like object slams Grave to the ground. Grave becomes motionless. You!
What do we have here? A man?
What the? Why is she reacting like this?
Commander!
Rappy rushes in. She quickly closes the distance.
Oh, so fast.
Another clamp detaches itself from the woman's back and shoots toward Rappy. Rappy catches the clamp with her hand, her feet digging into the ground from its tremendous strength.
Wow, you're able to block this?
Who are you?
Behemoth. The 4 beasts shall descend upon the earth. They will tear up the ground, flood it with water, blot out the sky, and incinerate it with blue flame. Have you ever heard this verse?
No.
Of course you haven't, because I made it up.
Behemoth's clamp pushes Rappy to the ground and begins to crush her.
What is this?
Stay down. Good girl.
Nice angle. Let us get a better look, shall we? That is a nice butt. Nothing we didn't already know, but yeah.
Rappy! No!
Rappy lies motionless underneath the clamp. Is she unconscious?
We've got to kill this thing.
Everyone, concentrate fire.
Roger.
Behemoth raises one of her clamps and slams it down on the ground. When the clamp comes back up, it's carrying a chunk of crystals so enormous that I can't see either end of it.
Let's see you try and dodge this.
Everyone, get down!
Commander! No!
Anise and Neon rush towards me. And then everything goes black. Behemoth slams the crystal on the ground, sending shattering crystal fragments flying everywhere, along with heaps of dust which obscure my view. It's as if a bomb went off. Amongst the dirt and debris, I see Behemoth and clamping onto Graves' coffin. For some reason, Behemoth is treating it like a prized treasure.
Finally, give it back. No.
Another plume of dust comes rushing in, obscuring my vision. I crouch down and shut my eyes, trying to process everything that's unfolding before me. A moment later...
We have to follow them.
Agreed.
Don't act like you have a say in the matter after that embarrassing display.
Shifty, what can you tell us about Behemoth and Graves' movements?
Tracked a signal that's inching along. I suspect that's Grave. I assume that she's injured. As for the one calling herself Behemoth, It's strange. I'm not getting any readings from her at all. Even when she was directly in front of you, I wasn't getting anything.
Some kind of stealth protocol?
I'm not sure.
Could she be a heretic?
She must be. And most likely the one who calls the shots here.
Let's track Grave. I saw Behemoth take the coffin. Grave values that coffin more than anything, and would do anything to get it back. If we follow Grave, she's sure to take us to Behemoth.
That's a sound plan. Let's move.
Alright. Tracking Grave now.
Let's get her!
Grave! If you just told us the truth, this wouldn't be a problem!
Excuse me. Just gotta reposition a bit. Grave desperately drags her incapacitated leg. After limping like this for some time, Grave arrives at a place with a throne fashioned out of crystal.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. I brought this all the way over here. But silly me, I'm not sure how to open it.
Behemoth taps the coffin with her fingers.
Don't touch it. If I open this, the old veteran you think so highly of bites the dust. Right. So, how do you open it? Biometric readings, perhaps? Come over here.
Oh. Let me check the phone. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi. I'm supposed to say hi.
That's awesome. Good, I'm streaming. I am streaming. Uh-huh, I shall. I love you too. Bye-bye. Tis Ari-chan.
If you open this for me and leave, I'll let you live. Give it back. You can't keep living like this. I pity you, truly. You're a sight for sore eyes. That's why I'll set you free, if you listen to me. I don't
Crimson
need
Viper
it.
was a cool character, but she had ugly hair.
How much longer do you think you can last with that rotting body of yours? Why don't you go somewhere nice to live out the rest of your life? Don't waste what few days you have
The fact that
left trying to
Sagat
change the
isn't
past
already
and
in a
doing
game
something no one but you
of any
cares
game of
about.
Street Fighter is like exceptionally stupid. The fact that you need to sell us characters that are legacy,
No
it's like, no, you don't do
will.
that.
That's why I'm doing it. Everyone needs to know. I have to rewrite it. You can be quite frustrating, you know. What, pray tell, do you intend on rewriting? Everything. I will rewrite everything.
With a resounding crack, she fires. But this only elicits laughter from Behemoth.
You fool. That's not going to work.
Behemoth's clamp deflects the bullet. She begins to slowly walk toward the grave.
Die.
Grave fires a continuous volley of bullets, but Behemoth deflects all of them with her clamp.
No. That is the most powerful weapon which you possess. But you have no idea how to properly wield it. I assume it didn't belong to you originally. You see? All you're capable of is soiling other people's prized possessions.
Shut up.
What an annoying fly you are, flitting about.
Crystals begin to grow under Grave's feet. The sharp spear-like crystals stop short of touching Grave.
Don't move 1 inch in any direction, and you'll be run clean through. You don't have nearly enough power to stop these.
Grave wildly swings her weapon. The crystals rising around Grave's body shatter and scatter all over. Behemoth's head jerks to the side after being hit by the weapon.
No, really?
Behemoth's clamp slams Grave against the wall.
My, whatever should I do? Asking nicely hasn't done anything. Threatening to kill you has proved fruitless. Even roughing you up was ineffective. How can I get you to talk?
I'll never talk.
This is becoming a real headache. Should I perhaps try corruption? No, that would scramble your brain, and you'd be useless to me. Stay right there for a moment. Let me think.
Visual confirmation on Behemoth and Grave.
They don't seem to be getting along too well.
She appears to be capable of controlling the crystals.
I bet she rules over this place.
Hey girl, who's my little puppy?
And that clamp! It's remarkable. Not only can it deflect bullets, it also put Rappy out of commission. Sorry.
We'll launch a surprise attack. Prioritize securing Grave in the coffin. If at all possible, avoid a direct confrontation with the heretic.
Commander.
I know what you're worried about, Rappy. But do you feel you understand what kind of person Grave is?
I understand all too well. She's attempting to resurrect Anichiro. Worst comes to worst, there might be 2 heretics. If that happens, our chances of success are...
Be that as it may, I still want to try talking to her. Please, trust me, nothing bad is going to happen.
If you say so. Alright.
You, questioning orders. I thought your greatest attribute was simply doing what you were told. Hold on. There's one more. Clamming up when you know you're at a disadvantage. That means I don't have to waste time bickering with you. It's nice.
Unwa.
Let's go.
Behemoth!
That really stings, you know.
Emma, confirm the point of impact.
Direct hit to the head.
What the hell is this thing?
Vesti, the clam!
On it. Missile container online. Firing missiles now. Eat this.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Would you look at that? So many.
There's a resounding explosion, and Behemoth is enveloped in smoke.
Your aim is as accurate as always.
Counters. Nikke! Don't get caught by the clam.
Roger.
Let's go.
The counters rush towards the now thinning smoke. At this point, we have to do our best to avoid any direct confrontation. All this swirling smoke is sure to obscure their vision. We have to be quick and get both Grave and the coffin. Rapidly expanding crystals surge across the ground, letting out an ominous crack as they race towards the counters.
What the?
I'm hit. Where are they coming from?
Impact sites are Rappy's right hand and left arm, both of Neon's legs and Anisa's right thigh.
Shut down power to those areas. Do it
Who the
now!
hell is she? How does she have such control over the crystals?
Sensing movement up ahead to the left.
Time to destroy this thing.
If you don't mind, I'm in the middle of having a conversation.
What is this? The crystals expand rapidly, and along with a sinister cracking sound, surround us. The razor-sharp crystalline thorns hang ominously in the air. A threat that they could pierce through us at any moment if we make a wrong move.
I guess it'd be a good idea to stay still.
Nobody move. The crystals are too close.
She's playing with us.
She's coming over here.
The thick smoke begins to dissipate. Behemoth walks towards us, without casting so much as a glance at Grave, who is still pinned to the ground. She smiles.
Now, nobody move, please. You.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the commander, are you not? I only want to hear from you. The rest of you keep quiet.
Everyone stay calm and do what she says.
What are you doing here? Are you trying to apprehend me? Or that pathetic piece of waste over there? You can take her, but the coffin stays with me.
Are you a heretic?
Yes.
Are you in charge of this place?
Yes.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. This is my land. My secret garden. And you're intruding.
Your secret garden? Does that mean we can lay your insecurities bare? Fate Extra style?
It's high time I ask you what you're doing here.
We're interested in Grave in the coffin.
Grave? Oh, her? A fitting name indeed for her. But why the coffin? Do you know what this is?
Ugh, it contains a heretic named Enichiro. Now that I can have a closer look at Behemoth, I can clearly make out a black liquid which is coursing through her body. Perhaps that is what gives her such remarkable defensive capabilities.
You knew. Color me surprised. What do you want with Enichiro?
We want to make her an ally.
Oh. Are you being serious? Do you even fully realize what this thing inside the coffin is?
No, to be perfectly honest, we're not entirely sure. What we do know is that everyone is doing their utmost to get their hands on it.
Well, let me fill you in. She's our predecessor. The original fusion. Both our origin and the genesis of our legend. Our ancestor.
So you have respect for your elders? How nice of you.
Yes, indeed. We're kind of in the middle of something. And we could really use her help. That's why I'm doing this.
You said we could use her help, so you're not operating alone?
No, there are 4 of us, including myself. We call ourselves the 4 Beasts. Catchy name, don't you think?
4 heretics.
Unfortunately for me, I'm in a bit of a pickle, since I can't get this coffin open. If I'm too rough with it and try to bash it open, it'll kill Enichiro. However, you work with all sorts of high-tech gadgets, don't you? Help us open that thing.
What do we get in return?
Let's see. What could I offer you? How about some more information on the crystal? I'm sure you're rather curious about a mysterious entity like this, which you haven't seen before.
Something tells me you don't know much about it either.
Don't be stupid. You saw for yourself how I can control them. We're the ones who created these things. Partly by chance, sure. But hey, it's working out.
Casting a quick glance around me, in the midst of the dense gathering of crystals surrounding us, I notice a slight gap close to me. This should be...
What do you say? Do we have a deal? I'm giving you a golden opportunity to do a great thing for humanity, which I know is your thing.
I need some time to think.
Patience is normally not one of my virtues, but since this is a rare opportunity, I'll wait. In the meantime, you have something I want.
I relax my body so that I'll be able to dart away at a moment's notice. I have something you want? We only just met.
Yes, and as for what it is, saying it out loud is a bit awkward.
Behemoth hesitates and turns her back to us.
How should I put this?
Unhwa, chest!
What?
Sorry, I meant disc.
What are you two yelling about?
With a flick of her wrist, Unhwa tosses me a disc. I catch it and hurl it towards the small opening I see in the crystalline cage. Mana, Shifty!
3 A-pillars headed your way. Coming in at maximum speed.
What are you doing?
Everyone brace for impact!
A-pillar landing confirmed.
Skipping activation for sequence condition check. Proceeding straight to art creation sequence.
Structures start to expand, pushing aside the crystals surrounding us.
What?
Need to know basis, and you don't need to know.
Anise charges forward and bends down, tackling Behemoth's legs. Aim for the abdomen! Anise charges Behemoth to lose her balance, or causes her to lose her balance and stumble to the ground. At the same time, Neon rushes in and fires her weapon at Behemoth's stomach. It's working! Rappy, you're up.
Roger.
Rappy leaps up and rotates her body to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick. Just as she's about to make contact,
You've all underestimated me.
Behemoth's clams surge forth to intercept Rappy.
can I move?
You could stand to reinforce your joints a bit, you freak.
Thanks for the
Rappy delivers a forceful kick to Behemoth's abdomen, which sends her staggering backwards. Seizing the moment, Vesti takes aim.
We're on track for a direct hit. Take the shot.
Take this!
Vesti fires a volley of missiles, which slam directly into Behemoth. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending smoke and debris flying. Now, secure the coffin and grave, and then withdraw.
Got it. This feels a bit weird. Like we're a bunch of robbers or something.
Don't say that. Now I feel kind of guilty. Securing escape route. Follow my instructions.
Rappy springs over to the coffin and stands before it. Rappy, we have to secure the coffin. Don't destroy it.
If I force it open, Inichiro will die.
My treasure. Please. Return it.
I thought you passed out.
I must return it. Please. Wait, my idol. My dream.
Damn it.
Rappy? Rappy lifts up both the coffin and grave and rushes forward. Well, good. That's better than disobeying me when I told you to fetch them!
Are you returning?
Yes, Grave has sustained heavy injuries.
Then I suggest you pick up the pace. The crystal chamber is approaching.
What?
It is emitting large amounts of electromagnetic waves, which I believe is due to the increased computational load on the Harmony Cube. It should arrive in about 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll hurry.
Please do.
I turn back to look at the group. It turns back to look at the group. Grave, who is unconscious, is being held up by Anise and Neon. Emma carries the coffin. Rappy continues to remain silent. Come on, everyone, we've got to hurry.
Weakling, what exactly happened back there?
What do you mean? You mean with Behemoth? I guess that the black liquid flowing through her body served a defensive purpose. And noticed there wasn't any of it around her abdomen, so I suggested concentrating our attack on that area, and it panned out.
I was referring to what you said to me before asking for the disc, moron.
Sorry about that.
I must admit, finding out the heretic's weakness and using the stakes as an offensive weapon, that was pretty impressive. It's about time you showed some improvement.
Thanks.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Unhwa giving a compliment?
Huh?
Is something wrong, Vesti?
Unhwa's face. I remember that expression.
Yes. Me too.
It was when she used to be with Rappy. She always used to have that expression. It's nice to see it again after so long.
Yeah, it is.
I presume it's likely that Behemoth is going to be chasing after us?
Most likely, considering she's after the coffin.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to feel a bit scared.
How come?
It's my first time seeing a heretic, let alone a high-ranking one.
What's there to be scared of? You've got us and the rest of Absolute alongside you.
You mean you're not afraid?
Of course not. Well, maybe a little bit.
That at least doesn't make me feel so bad. It's just that everyone looks so cool and composed. I was starting to worry I was the only one who was freaking out.
I'm worried too, but we've got to stay strong.
I know. You're right.
Blind yet naive. Probably gonna wrap up after this chapter. We'll have gotten 3 in, which is pretty good.
But next time, you would do well to check your surroundings before engaging in combat. That last skirmish ended up severely damaging many of our supplies and equipment.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. How's Grave holding up?
Her external injuries are not severe. I can do basic first aid, so I was able to conduct the necessary repairs.
Great, thank you.
However, I did notice something unusual while I was conducting the repairs. Grave is a mass-produced Nikke.
What?
What? Yet somehow she's like super buff and mega.
Not only that, but her body is one of the first models ever made. It's well over 100 years old.
Is a mass-produced model even capable of lasting that long?
Apparently so, by virtue of the fact that she's here in front of us. If we do a brain scan, we could find out more. Unfortunately, we don't have the necessary equipment on hand to do that. As for the coffin and strange weapon of hers, we should be able to open both of them, since their security levels aren't that high. Should I open them?
No, I think we should leave it for now.
Understood.
When do you think she'll come to?
I've given her some sedatives. If we want her to wake up, all we have to do is administer a stimulant.
Do it.
Commander.
Do it.
I
We
still
were just talking about that.
misgivings about this.
Rappy, you said that you felt this rage well up inside you when you saw Anichiro, didn't you?
Yes. And?
Is that rage entirely your own? If that emotion were entirely yours, you would have smashed that coffin and left Grave to die. But you did neither of those things. Do you feel it's possible that you mistook Red Hood's memories for your own and allowed it to influence you emotionally?
If Red Hood felt such rage towards Anichiro, that's all the proof I need.
Yeah, Caitlin, that event I wanted to cover while it was still live, so it's a little out of order. This is taking place simultaneously, at least a lot of it is. This whole AA pillar thing winds up going separate, because for the most part that event takes place with Mori and sorry, distracted by the dog. Mori and Uni. God, what's her name? I feel terrible. Little Mermaid, obviously, and all that stuff. But that's happening there. When Little Mermaid finally gets out of Gluttony's mouth in the very end of the event, that takes place after where we are here yet. So we haven't reached that point. But it's possible that the original stuff with Uni and Mihara getting all swallowed up in there is still happening simultaneously, just not the second half. That's not like you, Rappy. So yeah, we're building up to that event. We had to play it a little out of order, unfortunately. The calm, level-headed Rappy I know wouldn't have said that. Yes, perhaps Red Hood does feel animosity towards Anichiro. Maybe they even came to blows at one point. Oh, there is a slight connection to Behemoth, but the girl with the black liquid from the event is another of the 4 beasts, and we're gonna meet her pretty damn soon. As she's older, you know? And fully in control of the black stuff. But she's not our friend. But many years have passed, and this is all pure speculation. Perhaps she returned, like Marion did. Think carefully about which emotions you're feeling are truly your own. Just look at Grave and how she's and all she's done up until now. Does it really look like... Sorry, goddammit. Does it really look to you like she intends on awaking Anichiro?
Going silent again? You never change.
Okay. Wake her up, Mana.
Rappy?
If she doesn't make any moves, I won't do anything either.
What an obedient follower you are. Just a moment ago, you were champing at the bit to kill her. And now? Backing off like a dog with its tail between its legs.
I agree with the commander. I'm starting to suspect that Grave's goal isn't to awaken Anichiro.
Explain.
Even when she was injured and knew she didn't stand a chance of winning.
Have you heard about this new Game Freak's game? Beasts of Reincarnation? I think I heard that word. Game Freak? So it's the guys who make Pokemon?
She hunted Behemoth down to get the coffin back. It's clear that she values that coffin more than her own life. She referred to it as a treasured possession. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm getting the feeling that she in fact isn't attempting to awaken a heretic which will end up being a threat to mankind. She has too much of a one-track mind. Yes, that's how it's been from the start. The reason she was hostile towards
But no, I
us
haven't
was
heard of
because
that.
I pulled the trigger first. I let my emotions get the better of me. And I wasn't thinking. Don't get me wrong. It's not that all my suspicions are alleviated. Maybe she does have a one-track mind, and her goal is to awaken the heretic. Who knows? Nonetheless, I believe we can attempt to reason with her. If it turns out that I've misread the situation, then I will apologize to her.
Very well.
Go ahead and wake her up, Mana.
All right. I'll administer the stimulant.
Grave bolts upright, her eyes darting around frantically. How do you know? She's got a helmet on. When she catches sight of her weapon and the coffin, she bolts towards the coffin. After inspecting the coffin briefly, she carries it again. All the while, she eyes us cautiously. She is obviously nervous beyond all measure. Hey, Grave, calm down. We're not going to do anything to you. Let's talk.
Cut the crap.
You sound so much different than before.
What did you do to me?
Your language circuits were deteriorating from old age, so I replaced them.
Thanks, Mana. We can talk to her now. Ugh. Okay, so that leaves us on chapter 32, which I will bookmark. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let me see here. Next week, I've got some Fate memes coming up. Finally got another batch of those going, as well as sort of a commentary discussion type video on voice actors being recast and all that stuff. I'm working on the waifu files of Zenless Zone Zero Part 2 now, which is pretty cool. I'm excited to unveil that. And yeah, until next time, celebrate your fandom.